Please be seated. If you could take your seats, it would be great. Thank you. Bienvenido a un día en la playa.
Welcome to a day on the beach.
To the 2016 Global Forum on Modern Direct Democracy. My name is Joe Matthews. I am the co-president of the Global Forum. Thank you all for being here and coming so far from more than 30 countries, more than 120 cities. Welcome. We are going to get started. Time is important. We have many people here, and we want to hear from everybody. That means we have to move quickly. We are going to begin. I will point out there is translation available downstairs. There is Wi-Fi. You should be able to see on the board. It's EHU guest. I believe the username is Palacio, password Miramar. It's wonderful to be here. Again, please be seated. And we're going to begin. The theme of the forum, and I should remind you, we are here throughout the day, both for in this building, both for the plenary sessions, and then later in the afternoon for the workshops, which go till past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we are back at City Hall at 7 to about 8:30, 19 to 20:30. For the Democracy International Zocalo event on media, digital media and democracy. And then we're back here again tomorrow morning. So with no further ado and no time, we're going to have welcomes from people who represent cities all around the world and are here. The theme of the forum is local participation to global coexistence. I want to introduce everyone and first, and then we heard from them. In introductions, we do have the mayor of Donostia San Sebastian, Ineko Goya. We have deputy mayor, executive city councilor of Vienna, Austria, Maria Vasilescu. We have the mayor of Mira in Italy, Alvise Maniero. I hope I did that okay. We have by video from Seoul, we'll have the mayor, Park Won-soon. We have representing the mayor of Barcelona, Fernando Pindado, and I think I got everybody there, right? We are going to start. I was instructed briefly in protocol, but we are going to start with a welcome by our friend Maria Vasilescu, the executive city councilor of Vienna.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am very happy to be here. Indeed, I have been looking forward to being here today for almost a year now, ever since Mr. Matthews and Mr. Kaufman told me that there was going to be this conference in San Sebastian in these days. Now, why is that so? I believe that direct democracy and indeed all participation issues are extremely important for our cities for many reasons, but one of the most important ones to me is just because our cities are growing. Now, already 50% of the overall population of the world is living in cities, and by the year 2050, it is going to be 70% of the overall global population living in cities. I don't know what it looks like in the cities you all come from, but I guess that most of them are growing, and most probably are growing very rapidly. Vienna, as a matter of fact, is the fastest growing city right now in the German-speaking area. Alone last year, we received 45,000 new inhabitants. Now, this makes us proud, because clearly we must be doing something right if so many people want to become Viennese. but then, of course, it's a huge challenge, meaning that we have to tackle several issues. Now, when you're trying to organize the lives of all these people in growing cities, Vienna, as a matter of fact, is going to be a 2 million city within less than 10 years from now. You arrive at a few issues, and one of them is actually what we all call in politics quality of everyday life. Now, when politicians talk about quality of life, I think you should be very, very careful, let's say, cautious, and you should always ask one question, namely, what is it that you actually exactly mean by this? When I talk about quality of life in our cities, I mean cities where people live not because they have to, but because they want to, which means cities that are designed in a way that young people want to stay there, want to have the children there, and want to grow the children there. It means cities that are designed in a way that young people do not feel like I have to leave the city now and buy the little house in the suburbs, because they feel the children are going to grow up happily there. Because what is it that we all want for our children? We want them to be able to move around freely and safely. We want them to grow up in a healthy environment. We want them to have contact to nature. And this is clearly what we have to provide for within our cities if we want to have cities that provide everyday life that every person, everyone, every man and woman can afford. Now, taking a closer look at our streets and at our public spaces lets you realize that this is not what our cities look like. Yes, of course, every city has beautiful promenades, but what is in the next neighborhood beyond the representative public spaces? If we want to make streets places for life and not places for cars, then we have to change the mindset. We have to change everyday habits. And this clearly leads us to participation and direct democracy. I have already given 2 reasons why I believe that we need to engage in direct democratic processes and also in participation processes. It has to do with everyday quality of everyday life. It has to do with changing our overall mindset, which means engaging people straight from the beginning and not trying to impose different ways of thinking and different everyday habits. And the third reason has to do with the history of cities anyway. Histories are a place of dialogue and controversy. This is the place where we exchange views and opinions, and this is the place where we can, by engaging into participatory processes, form, let's say, a general consensus that will lead to making our cities more open, more lively spaces, more places where people, as I said in the beginning, want to live and not live because they have to. Now, let me conclude by saying I believe that direct democracy is, once again, a tool, but at the same time, it is the most powerful tool, the most powerful means of decision making. Why? Because, for instance, after a referendum, there is no discussion anymore. It gives us many chances and many opportunities, but it also brings many risks. And maybe one of the most difficult issues to tackle is that it produces, of course, winners and losers, and that it leads to an end of dialogue for many years, for instance, after a decision has been taken via referendum. So are we through with it? Are we perfect in it? No, not at all. Actually, we're beginning to introduce it in our cities more and more, but this means that we need clear rules. We need to know when do we engage in it. We need to know how do we do this. We need to know when we will not engage in it. We need to talk about what can it bring for society, how can it contribute to making our cities and our societies more free places, because it's all about freedom. Yes, of course, it's all about freedom. And we have to discuss also when and under which circumstances it may lead to a society that is less free. It may cost freedom to some groups. I look forward to talking about all these things openly, because in Vienna right now, once again, we are working on these rules, we are working on standards, we are also having in Austria a very, very, let's say, intensive discussion concerning all these issues. And I deeply believe that the only way to proceed is to learn from each other, to listen to each other, to cooperate among our cities, and in a sense, to proceed towards a future that is more democratic once again, that is more prosperous, that means everyday life that everybody can afford, and not only just the bold and the beautiful, as I always say. And in the end, though, a future that means more people enjoy more freedom. Thank you.
Next, we will hear from the mayor of Mira, Italy, Vice Maniero. That's part of Venice. Part of Venice. It's the 11th most popular, populous, first, I'm sure, most popular commune of Veneto.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alvise Maniero. Thank you. You pronounced it correctly. And yes, I'm from Mira, which is a small city. It's actually a village if we compare it to Los Angeles, of course. It's about 40,000 people just outside Venice. So I'm flattered and honored to be here, and thank you for the wonderful welcome in Donosti, beautiful Donosti. I really want to bring you our tiny experience about direct participation and the instruments we could enact to give people more way to act this direct democracy. Now, if you want to change something about the future, you have to start from the schools. So that's what we did. We went in the schools, and our city directly finances classes of citizenship, citizen education, the importance of being active citizens, the meaning of respect, responsibility, participation. This is where we start from, and the results are quite amazing, I think, because when you hear young boys, childs, telling you that respect is the highest form of elegance, you understand that you are not wasting your time in those classes. And we are all amazed when we hear from children how they react to our classes. Okay. The size, the tiny size, of course, of our city allows us administrators and myself, the mayor, to be physically in the classes and talk directly with the students. And really, I cannot stress enough the importance of this direct contact. The mayor, the city administration, is no more a phantomatic entity hiding in a palace or taking no one knows what kind of decision. He's your employee. He's in front of you. And he thanks you for the responsibility you gave him and, of course, the trust you gave him. And he also tells you that you have to control him because there's no good government at any level if you don't control it. So that's why we go in classes and tell this to children. The second layer we enacted. We created new instruments. Before me, we heard about referendum. Okay, we created zero quorum referendums in our city. So there's no minimum number of voters. Who participates decides, and decides for the whole city. You don't go to vote, it means you don't care. Other people decide from you. You are really, really pushed to vote, to participate, to inform yourself. There's no other way to make things better. It's not a binary thing, it's not 0, 1, it's a long path. And it's really, really frustrating sometimes, it's fatiguing, but it's what we need, it's necessary. We have to do this. And in the end, it's also very, very beautiful. Then the third layer, the third instrument we created, we didn't create it, of course. It already existed in the world. It's the participated balance. What does it mean? it simply means that you take a slice, you take a piece of your city's balance, and you give it back to citizens to decide what to do with it. Of course, they are supported, they are guided, they have the city technicals, of course, telling them what could be done and what it's actually impossible. But people decide what to do. We have tons of ways to do it, and if you Google it, you will find infinite ways to do it. But we chose one, and it's quite effective. Now, and I mean today, our third participated balance is taking place in Mira. And the results of the first two of these are already in place. We have a breastfeeding point for, of course, for mothers and young children. We have incremented, of course, the public library instruments, and so on. Things like this. Things decided directly by the citizens. In a few days, my country will take a very important decision. There will be a national referendum about changing the constitution, and that will have a deep historic impact in future decision and future possibility for people to access to direct decisions. I really hope me and my people, my country, we will all take the right decision. Somebody before me said that that participation is important, and we try to explain some reason of it. We are not the only ones thinking this way. Somebody else does. Some of these are some of the major banks in the world, Citigroup or JP Morgan. A few days ago, both of them they leaked, but some documents where some of their global analysts stressed the risk for their top investors that most of the people could vote and can vote. They assessed it as a risk. I let you take the meaning of this. Also, JP Morgan, of course, they called Italy, Spain, Greece, and Portugal the peripheral areas. We are peripheral areas for them, but but JP Morgan said that the economic reform in Europe could not take place fully. Also, because some of our constitutions, which I quote, they grant people the possibility to protest if they do not agree with decisions taken by their governments. So if you have some of the world's most important banks say that they are afraid of what you decide, I will not add any other reason for you to participate. Thank you very much.
We will next hear from a younger city of Spanish origin, my hometown, La Ciudad de Nuestra Señora, la Reina de los Ángeles. Grace Liu, who is the general manager, that's the big honcho, at the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment.
Hi, good morning. I bring you warm greetings from our neighborhood councils and Mayor Eric Garcetti and our city council from Los Angeles. It is truly an honor to be here. And I know my neighborhood councils were very excited, and they're like, go brag about us and how awesome we're doing. And if you don't know about neighborhood councils, they were voted in Los Angeles in 1999. And this was because areas of Los Angeles, which represents 4 million people across massive amounts of land with hundreds of languages spoken in a city. They felt so disconnected from the city hall and the city government that they wanted to secede. They wanted to leave, much like California is right now with our newly elected president. But they were very serious about it, and this neighborhood councils were created to give a local voice to the various communities in Los Angeles. and through a series of neighborhood councils. And so we have 96 neighborhood councils in Los Angeles with over 1,800 volunteer elected board members, and they range in all different sizes from 6 board members to 40 board members, and they represent that local voice. And so it's not just residents, it's folks who live, work, own property, or have a substantial and ongoing interest in that area. So if I attend a church, or I go to school in that area, or I board my horses in an area, I should have a say in what goes on in that part of the community. And there are advisory bodies to the City of Los Angeles on city services and the budget. And I truly believe it's one of the most invested grassroots systems in the world. And this is, you know, we provide about almost $8 million a year into this system, providing neighborhood councils with funding, and also our department with supporting them. I'll talk more about it later. You'll hear more about what we're doing and how we're driving innovation in the city. But I think that one of the other big things that we do in the department is that we try to make the city government more streamlined, more simple, because a lot of times when we're talking about direct democracy and public participation and engagement, we think, oh yes, we'll open the doors to City Hall, and all of a sudden everyone will come in and give us their opinion and do all this wonderful stuff, and we'll all work together in harmony. And we know that doesn't happen, but one of the reasons that doesn't happen is because things are so complex at the city level, and at all government levels, but particularly the city, if we want to gauge locally. And we have to empower our government officials and staff to simplify processes, to speak human instead of government, talk when they are trying to communicate with the public. And so one of the other great things that Los Angeles is doing is we have a system called Perform Los Angeles, or Perform LA, and we are starting to teach every level of government how to innovate. It could be something so small. It's a change for the better, something that eliminates waste in government, so that when our people come to us and want to work with us, they're not so overwhelmed by the complexity of everything that they do want to engage with the government and help their communities. So I look forward to learning from everyone and to sharing what we're doing here. Usually we've actually had over 50 countries come and study our system, and so it's a pleasure to actually get out into the rest of the world and bring more information about the neighborhood council system. So thank you, and I look forward to speaking with all of you at some point.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from a city that I heard called the George Clooney of cities. Everyone loves him or wants to be him or her. That is from the city of Barcelona, representing the mayor, Fernando Pindado.
Thank you, gracias. Buenos días, bon dia.
Good morning, everyone. Bon dia, as we say in Catalan. Well, I'm sure the city is George Clooney, but I'm obviously not George Clooney, as you can probably see. And I don't actually want to be George Clooney either. But it's an honor to be here. I'm very, very grateful to the city of San Sebastian, to its mayor, and to the Global Forum for having invited me here. It's wonderful because I'm here representing Barcelona, but I'm also here as a member of the Global Forum itself. And I'm here and I'm going to be learning from all sorts of different experiences, and I'm very, very excited about it. It's also a very important and exciting day for me, for Spain, I believe, in general, because today we are actually setting up the government that, well, in the term of office that actually started last December, so almost a year later. Finally, we're going to be hopefully swearing in our president and having the government established after almost a year. And I think it's not democratic or democratic representation is perhaps not at its best moment here in Spain, when it actually took almost a year for the politicians to reach an agreement to actually establish a government here in Spain. And this Sunday, in a very small town in Catalonia, Tossa del Mar, the local council actually rejected and prohibited a public consultation. They actually prohibited this whole movement. You can't say prohibited here because you're not allowed to in Spain, but they say that they will not let citizens participate in whether or not a marina should be built in Tossa del Mar. And here in San Sebastian, you have the Act on Public Consultations, which is now in the courts to see whether or not you're going to be allowed to hold a public consultation about whether or not bullfights should be held here in this city of San Sebastian. It's ridiculous that the central government should interfere with what local governments are doing. It's ridiculous, which is why in Barcelona, the mayor has said on many occasions, and I'm going to repeat her words here, that Spanish local councils, and hopefully the ones here will agree, Spanish local councils should stand up to that stupid regulation which actually exists in Spain, which says that every time there's a popular consultation about something which you have to ask permission to the Council of Ministers in Spain. It's stupid, it's ridiculous, it's completely absurd. It goes against local democracy, it goes against democracy in general. So, I know this is a bit of internal politics here, but I just wanted to mention that. And just to perhaps carry on from what was being said before, what we want to do in the city of Barcelona, I'm going to tell you what we want to do in the city of Barcelona. For us, direct democracy is very important, because without direct democracy, there is no proper democracy. We need to have good representation, good channels for citizen debate. We need there to be a space for direct engagement, direct democracy. But to do all of this, we need to have a greater citizen capacity. We need to have citizen initiatives to be something key when we're talking about what goes in and what doesn't go in the public agenda. Public agenda shouldn't depend so much on what governments do. It should depend much more on citizen proposals, citizens saying what they want and what for them are the most important things. And what we're trying to do is to turn this on its head a little bit. We have too much institutional input at the moment. We want to have participation and engagement spaces. We want to open up to citizens the possibility to engage actively in all of this. They can be active promoters of different initiatives which will affect political decisions. This is one of the changes that we are trying to establish in the city of Barcelona. What we believe is important is that the democratic system, in order to be efficient and effective and useful to rise to all of these challenges that our colleagues here have mentioned, we need it to be consolidated at a grassroots level. The democratic framework in Spain needs to be influenced. This is exactly what Alice Maniero said. We have these documents from the reports from the bank who are saying, oh, it's a bit scary, isn't it, that citizens are going to be able to decide, are going to influence our decisions. Well, we perhaps need to bear that in mind in Spain. How can we fight against that? Greater citizen capacity. A political system that is more apt and more able to do away with injustice and inequality. That's the best way. And direct democracy is a wonderful tool for doing this. Thank you very much.
Do we have the video ready? So our next contribution comes to us from video from Seoul, Korea, and Mayor Park Won-soon, who has turned City Hall into Citizens Hall. The Global Forum is a very serious place where we don't permit gossip, and so I will not share with you the political scuttlebutt that Mayor Park is considered a leading contender to be the next president of the next leader of Korea. But if we have the video, I think we can hear from Mayor Park.
Good morning, everybody. I'm delighted to meet you. My name is Park Won-soon, Mayor of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Thank you for inviting me to this 2016 Global Forum in Donostia, San Sebastian, one of the cultural capitals of Europe. When addressing major issues at the local level, such as the environment, education, and welfare, citizens and government must work together. At global level, we need to seek solutions through international cooperation and exchanges. Intercity diplomacy provides a first step. The 21st century is an era characterized by local-to-local and people-to-people interchanges. By adding up many small actions that go beyond the boundaries of countries, we can seek keys for resolving issues that states and their diplomatic efforts have struggled to address. In this way, if we come together through events like the 2016 Global Forum to work toward building a sustainable future, addressing energy and environmental issues, tackling common urban problems, and preparing for future food needs, then we can open a pathway for a new future and creating a new history. Seoul Metropolitan Government is currently working to develop and implement policies based on participation and cooperation of our citizens and create collaborative governance built upon this base. Although other commitments have regrettably prevented me from participating in this forum in person, I do still like to share some of Seoul's experience with you by video. Seoul once achieved remarkable rapid growth, nicknamed the Miracle on the Han River, but a number of problems ensued. Unbalanced development between different areas of the city and different groups of people, reckless development, and environment pollution are all pressing matters that can no longer be overlooked. In addition, new issues are emerging, including safety, welfare, childcare, unemployment, energy, suicide, a super-aged population, and low birth rate. How has Seoul been handling these issues? I took office as the mayor of Seoul in 2011 under the banner of the people are the real mayor, and declaring that I will be a mayor who changes the lives of citizens. Based on this commitment, I have been endeavoring to renew the civic administration of the Seoul Metropolitan Government to fuel collaborative governance with the citizens. Seoul has been working on its problems not in isolation, but through a citizen government public sector model that allows public, specialists, and business interests to come together in communication, participation, and governance. Collaborative governance starts with communications. Whenever there is an issue to address or policy to develop, the first thing we try to do is to hold policy conferences as often as possible in order to listen to the views of the citizens. Their input is thoroughly reviewed for development into city policies. These policies conferences, which were initiated in November 2011, had been held a total of 102 times as of late September this year, with more than 14,000 citizens participating. Around 75% of the 1,600 or so gathered opinions have been integrated into actual policies. Also, we operate what we call the on-site mayor's office, in which I visit diverse local areas and public spaces through the city. In addition, I connect with citizens online through social media. I have more than 2 million followers on my accounts, such as Twitter and Facebook. My social media accounts are open to everybody around the world. You can join me, and have become not only a venue to lodge civil complaints, but also a forum to discuss our policies. We have also been working to spark innovation. We have created the Seoul Innovation Bureau directly under the mayor to incorporate into city administration to social innovation projects, which I had been pursuing before becoming mayor. Seoul Innovation Park was born as venue to implement a wide range of innovation programs and to assist public support groups that enable citizens to address various social issues related to youth, neighbors, and senior citizens. As can be seen from Seoul Innovation Park, we are facing and focusing on innovations to city systems and environments in order to enhance the quality of life of our citizens. Solidifying the foundation for citizen participation throughout the entire Seoul metropolitan government policy-making process is equally as important as listening to citizens' views. In developing youth policies, Seoul metropolitan government has been encouraging young people, the key stakeholders in the policies, to participate in the policy-making process. 677 members of the Youth Policy Committee have held more than 200 team meetings and identified 20 project activities and 30 policy proposals. We are also working with citizens to address the energy issues. In an initiative true to its name of One Least Nuclear Power Plant, our city government has achieved a reduction in energy consumption equivalent to the production of nuclear facility by establishing a citizens committee, executive committee, and separate metropolitan and regional governances. What about neighborhood communities? Through neighborhood community projects designed to support local residents who have united to autonomously resolve issues related to their local areas, 130,000 citizens have emerged from and centered in local administrations. They are turning into neighborhood activists and teachers, becoming the main actors of local autonomy. All of these policies hold significance in that they have established a system in which the citizens can be the policymakers, progressing from listening on to participation and even to communications. Eventually, rather than simple beneficiaries of policies, citizens become their architects. Participatory democracy cannot take place through words alone. Citizen participation on a handful of occasions is not enough. By collaborative governance, the Seoul metropolitan government means that citizens must transcend participation to become the main actors in developing policies. And we have been addressing diverse issues Seoul faces based on this model of collaborative governance. We are laying a foundation in which participatory democracy is incorporated into city governance through multiple efforts, including placing collaborative governance front and center and launching the Seoul Collaborative Governance Committee this year. We still have a long road to travel, but together we can go far. Furthermore, if like-minded city leaders around the world can join us, then I'm certain that together we can discover solutions to the collective global problems faced by all cities through civic democracy, featuring the participation of citizens around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those of you who understand protocol may ask, why wasn't the mayor of Donostia San Sebastian first? The answer is because he wanted to be last. He wanted to listen to everyone first. And in that instinct, that tells you a lot about this mayor and this wonderful, wonderful city, and its commitment to participation, democracy, and a deeply open culture for coexistence. It's my great honor and with great thanks to introduce our mayor here, Eneko Goya.
Thank you very much. Eskerrik asko. Ez dakit itzulpena euskeratik ingedesetera dagoen nik egin beharko nuke, bueno. Erderaz egingo dut orduan ingedesera itzuli dezaten, zeren, bueno, azaldu nahi detena ingedesez azaltzeko nire mugak dauzkat. Bueno, en primer lugar, muy buenos días. Haré mi intervención en castellano para que se...
I'm going to be speaking in Spanish so that it can then be translated into English. I prefer to speak in Spanish than in English, and I would like to share with you some ideas. But first of all, and I already said it yesterday, when I welcomed all of you, all the people participating at this global forum, yesterday at the City Hall, I said that for us, for the city of San Sebastian, it is an honor, a pleasure, and a huge opportunity to have this global forum here in our city this year. And it is so because our city, as you all know, this year we are the European capital of culture, and that is a huge challenge for us. And we have a very ambitious message, which is that for us, culture has to be a tool, an instrument to try and live together, a tool for coexistence. Coexistence is a challenge for all of us. And that challenge, I have to say, that we assumed that we took on as something necessary for ourselves to know how to live together better, to know how to coexist. But today, even if I don't want to be pretentious, it has also become a challenge that we want to externalize, yes, to transfer, because yesterday I told you that sometimes we have the feeling as if when we proclaim or when we defend certain concepts, it is as if we are going against the rest of the world. That is, if we take into account what is happening in the world today. And my colleague was speaking, about banks and how afraid they are about we citizens having our own opinions. So very often it is true that we have the impression of swimming against the tide. And that is our central idea, something very important for us. And that can also then be translated into what democracy is for us and which are the instruments we need to use. And I think that democracy is not a perfect system. We can always improve it, but it is a process. We will never have perfect democracy, but if we don't make an effort to make it better, it will get worse. That is clear. So cities are spaces for coexistence, spaces, areas where we citizens coexist. In San Sebastian, we have 186,000 inhabitants. We have not been growing or declining. Vienna, for instance, has more and more citizens, but that is our area for coexistence. And it is true that there are many different agents and stakeholders. First of all, citizens, then institutions, then different agents, associations, companies, businesses, different agents and stakeholders coexisting in this territory, in this common area. And each of us have a specific role to play. We all have our contribution. Here, there are no big leaders or big leaderships or people leading the way. No, we have to do that in a shared way all together. all of us sharing this space. There are different tools and different instruments to know how to do that better, and in our society we have some of them. The Social Council, for instance, which is very important in terms of participation. It is a meeting point for those different agents and stakeholders, for all those different agents. We also have a department that develops an excellent work in direct contact with citizens, promoting participatory processes around many different and diverse topics concerning the urban transformation or other kinds of projects. And we also have another tool that Fernando was speaking about, linked to direct democracy, which is that act on public consultations that we passed some years ago, and an act that is having, a very complex experience as a result of what I think is a problem that we have in terms of democracy here in Spain. This act was passed unanimously in our city hall. And, in the origin, there was a public initiative, more than 9,000 citizens who wanted to give their view and to have their word about bullfighting. That was the origin. This is something very controversial in the city, bullfighting. There are people for and there are people against. The premises belong to us, the bull ring belongs to us, and I think that City Hall, for us it is important to know about what our citizens think so as to make decisions. So that is how we started working, but then we bumped against that other concept of democracy which has been imposed upon us, and that is why we have not been able to have this public consultation. Our Catalan friends are partly the ones to blame, maybe. They are guilty, because it is true that they also wanted to ask their citizens about whether they wanted to keep on in Spain, if they wanted to remain being Spanish or not. And we came after that, but that is a different debate. And I think that here in Spain, we can see that we are not mature, because if we don't let citizens to make decisions also in that sense, why cannot we decide the type of relationship we want to have with the government? As a Basque person, I think that we should be able to make those decisions, we as Basque people, and I cannot understand how in the 21st century and in this Europe that aims at promoting values, that is not possible. We know what has been happening in the UK, we know what happened in Scotland, but here all that is impossible. So going back to bullfighting, that is the situation where we are right now. And as a mayor, I cannot understand that decisions such as these ones are being adopted. It is as if we were afraid, as if we didn't want to listen to our citizens. We are, or they are, afraid, and they don't want to know what citizens think. So at the end of the day, within this area of coexistence, the different public institutions, citizens, and all the different associations and companies, I think that we all have to cooperate. Cooperate is more important than just being engaged or participating. Yes, we need to go beyond that, and we need to cooperate, all of us together, citizens and different institutions. We need to work hand in hand and cooperate. I really hope that this global forum, these days, and this forum will be very useful for all of us to keep on improving our democracy. And I hope it will be useful so that we can end up creating a network that will be a venue for cooperation. Democracy and freedom are the most important things, and that is what we want to promote in this city. Not only this year, in 2016, when we are the European Capital of Culture. That is something essential for us. We don't want to be pretentious, but that should be the legacy that we want to leave. And that is what we want to show in Europe. That is all I wanted to share with you. Thank you very, very much for participating here. And I hope that this will be an opportunity. I know that we are all going to be working very hard, but I hope that you also will be able to enjoy our city. Thank you.
Please join me in a big thank you to the representatives of all these cities, Los Angeles, Mira, Toronto, San Sebastian, Vienna, Barcelona, and Seoul, as we proceed off the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will, thank you so much. Okay. Before we get into some of the full plenary, we will have some a moment and some important announcements. We're going to try to keep this going quickly and be mindful of time. The unofficial motto of the Global Forum is always faster and much cheaper than the Olympics. So that is the thing to keep in mind. Now I'm going to have a brief moment with my co-president, citizen of Switzerland, Sweden, and the world, Bruno Kaufmann. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joe. Thank you very much, all who have participating in this opening panel. As Joe has said, I'm the sidekick here of Joe Matthews. But I would like to remember briefly about the person who would have loved to be here with us, who has basically been our door opener here to this forum. And it's a good friend of mine, a long-time collaborator, who has been very much the person who linked together our efforts we have done in Switzerland, in other countries, with Spain, with the Basque Country, and which has been in fact the one who brought me 2 years ago here to discuss for the first time about the Global Forum. It's Martin Bühler, who cannot be here with us today anymore, but which I think we should honor and respect with a silent moment. Merci vielmals, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. We now have a couple of quick but very important announcements. Please pay close attention about how that will outline sort of important things of how the forum will work. We'll start with our friend from the office here, the incredible office of public participation here in the city of Donostia, San Sebastian. If you know any Basque history, we call him Sancho the Wise. Sancho, please.
Thank you, Yo. Gracias. A ver, nada, ciertas notas.
Well, yes, a couple of announcements about these days we have ahead of us. First of all, I think that the most reliable information will always be on the web in terms of changes and modifications. Even if we have a program, a written agenda, please bear in mind that maybe there will be modifications. So the vocation of this forum is to fuel creative conversations. We want to profit from those conversations. We're going to be having speakers who, more than just, giving speeches, they will try and shed some light for all of us. We are, all of us, activists in favor of democracy, and we all want to improve the quality of democracy. And the thing is to be able to exchange ideas, to tackle the challenges we have ahead of us in our city and the challenges in terms of democracy. So in this room and in the other rooms, you will see that there are some ballot boxes, and you all have been given a notebook that contains the agenda where you can read about the different workshops. So the contribution of all of you, of all of us, is very important, but it is true that we don't have much time. And that is why we maybe won't have the time to listen to everybody. So for the different workshops, you will find 5 questions. Please tell us about something that generated doubts, something that you need to clarify, or is there anything you would like to ask? And that maybe we will be able to be doing that for all the plenary sessions. But if it ends up being very intense, and if we don't have the time to raise your hand and ask the questions, then what we can do is to write that down. And then we will have those written cards, and then we will be putting all of them together. And then we will launch that or give that to the moderators. And in terms of challenges to tackle in Saturday, because on Saturday we will be sharing with you conclusions, there are 3 more questions to answer, which are, please tell us about something that attracted your attention when listening to any of the speakers, or when you were listening to anybody. What attracted your attention? Well, when you were listening to the speakers or to anybody else. I mean, the speakers are going to be sharing their ideas, but all of us. So something that attracted your attention, something that you enjoyed most, or maybe was there something that you did not agree with? The challenge here is to learn. So let's speak about what we enjoyed and also what we did not enjoy, maybe. So the thing is to try and listen to everybody and to have lots of diversity. So if we all want to speak, let's try and not to speak too much. And I am the first one to just give the floor to next speaker. So thank you very much to all of you.
If you don't, let's ask someone and we'll get you it. Now, a very quick announcement from our media partner, Swissinfo. Veronica, are you right here?
Hi everyone, I'm Veronica DeVore. I'm a journalist with Swissinfo. In case you don't know who we are the International Service of the Swiss Broadcasting Corporation. We're based in Bern, Switzerland. And I'm here with several of my colleagues, some of whom will join me up here. Others I'll point out. Whoever would like to come on up. We are basically covering this event in several languages. So if you missed a session, you're curious about some more in-depth coverage of the event, you're welcome to read our coverage in English, Spanish, Arabic, and German from myself and my colleagues. I'll quickly introduce them. I'm Veronica, as I said. This here is Urs Geiser. He's my colleague in the English service. He's one of these wonder people who speak German and French and English all fluently. He's from Switzerland originally. Abdelhafid Abdeleli from Tunisia originally covers our Arabic service. Belen Cuchero, our Spanish translator for the week, covers the Spanish service. And then Renat Kunzi is here as well somewhere. He's our coordinator doing the German blog. Renat Gysi von Wartburg is here as well, and he'll be participating in sessions and helping out as well. So we're happy to be here. We hope you follow our coverage. We're also active on social media, and we also have a special hashtag that we use for our coverage, not only now, but in the future of direct democracy, and that's hashtag Dear Democracy. So if you're curious about democracy issues going forward, you can search for that on social media. You'll find our ongoing coverage in several languages. The last thing I'll say is that we've set up sort of a mobile interview station. We're hoping to speak with a lot of you about where you're from, why you're here, hear some stories from your cities and towns across the world. If you are interested in speaking with us, please come find one of us. Of course, it's a small enough group, I think we'll all have a chance to talk over the course of the couple days, but we'd love to hear from you, and we might also be grabbing a few of you and asking whether you'd be willing to speak with us. And we've set up kind of an interview area just around the corner outside the back door there. So thanks a lot, and hope to talk to many of you in the next few days.
Do we have any more announcements before we go to Nicholas? Anybody, Carlota or anyone? Okay, I think let's keep moving then. We're now going to have a brief explanation of an experiment, a voting process that you're all going to be part of. And this is Nicholas K. Blanchard, who I was introduced to by David Chom, who is a legend in circles of coding and cryptography in California. Nicholas K. Blanchard comes to us from Paris. He's a PhD student at IRIF there under the direction of Nicolas Chabanel and the distributed algorithms and graph teams. There's some math that's going to happen. I will warn you that you'll be participating in fair warning. His main work focuses on dynamic clustering, but he's also joined what's called the Random Sample Voting Project, and we are going to be a part of it. So, you can't leave that. That's
Well, thanks, Joe. It's an honor to be here, surrounded by people who might just get to change our democracies and, I hope, the world. Now, Joe misled you a bit. I will actually not talk about mathematics. You're free to ask, but this is not going to be a technical speech. I'll try very hard for it not to be. Now, I'll start with a very simple question. If this thing works. And it doesn't. Okay, yeah, it's working. Now, the thing is, what would you do if you had at your disposal a voting system that allowed you to have votes which were more secure and reliable than anything we've had so far? And at the same time, you could have a vote every day for a fraction of current electoral costs, annual costs. Now, that seems a bit much, but I'd like to go even further. Is this working? And ask you, oh, yeah, it's working, but yeah. Ask you about what your ideal direct democracy is. Now, we're a room full of people who are interested by the subject, so I'm sure no one here has the same exact idea as their neighbor. But I think we can probably agree on a few common points. It's that, yeah, every citizen's opinion should count. And not just that, but the people themselves should not just vote on the issues, but should vote on which issues are put to a vote. If not, we just change the seat of power. What else? Well, we should have votes all the time, so that the government is always respecting the wish of the people. So we don't have electoral periods and media frenzy. What else? Well, that's the thing. We have people here from towns of 40,000 inhabitants to multiple million, and it should scale. It should work at the neighborhood scale. It should work at the city scale. It should work on Earth. And the thing is, we have some good news. We have two good pieces of news. The first one, you might guess, is that we can do all that. It's a bit... okay, yeah. And it's nice. It's actually a lot of work. I'm representing just a team here that, yeah, more than 30 people working on this. We've got cryptographers, as David Shom, the founder, but we've got political scientists, we've got election specialists, security experts, social scientists. We've got people from everywhere, everywhere on Earth, trying to work to create a system, a mathematical system that can give power to the people at all scales. And the other good pieces of news is that I've made a lot of promises, but you don't even have to believe me or us, because you will be trying everything. And the focus of our system is that it should be verifiable at every step. Every citizen should be able to check that everything works all the time. And you get to be the first audience to really try it out. Can you? Yeah. You will have ballots distributed very soon. They're here in Joe's hands. You have instructions on them, but I'll still explain how to vote. It's still a little bit tricky, but should be okay. Yeah, so the vote starts today at noon, and it will be online. Not only online, I'll get back to that, and it will end tomorrow evening. So you have more than one day to make up your mind and choose what you vote and post your vote. The results I'll give on Saturday at the end of the forum. And now, what are the questions? We actually wondered about asking something about, well, corrida, as the Americans used to call it. But we thought, let's keep really in the spirit of the forum and not meddle with local politics too much. So just two simple questions. The first one is, should voting be compulsory? Some countries represented here have mandatory elections with more than 90% participation. A lot of others have about 40–50% abstention. There is something to be said for compulsory voting. And the second question is, should we have negative campaigning? It's forbidden in my country, for example, but it's still on the rise even though it's forbidden. And the thing is, no one gets to actually vote on both questions because of the principle of the system. So I'll go on and explain how this works. What is random sample voting? Yeah. So in the idea, it was a very simple protocol. It comes from ancient Greece, you know. You take a group of people that is chosen at random among every citizen. Every citizen has the same chance of being a member of the committee. And you ask them a question with a ballot, with a unique number on it, an ID that is unique. And then you tell them, well, cast your vote, vote online. And in the end, they just, the authority just publishes all votes. Now, this seems a bit weird. It's basically like raising your hand. That's the nice part. When everyone raises their hands to vote, we can check that the vote was correct. But the problem is, everyone knows who voted and for whom. So, well, it is, through the mathematical part, representative of the population's wishes, because we can prove that everyone has the same chance, and everyone can check that. That is verifiable representativity. But mostly, and that's the very big difference between this and old systems, it's that it's anonymous. We can guarantee all that we've said while keeping voters' anonymity. And this is strong anonymity, I'll get back to it. But what else? Well, you can't buy votes. You don't know who votes for what or how, so you can't buy votes. And you can audit the whole system. Everyone can check every step of the way was done correctly, and not just one electoral committee behind closed doors. Every citizen can check this. And that means that it's not really possible to hack. It's impossible to hack an election where everyone raises their hands. It's impossible to hack something completely transparent, where every step can be checked in public. And, well, just the cherry on top is that it's cheap. I mean, we figured that for France's case, we could have at least one vote per day on a different issue, every day. And it would still be much cheaper than current electoral costs just for the national elections and the House of Representatives. It's already cheaper just for those two, without counting mayoral office or such. Now, I would like to get back to anonymity, because that is something important. We give you 3 guarantees. The first one is that every person who gets to vote, and that's the thing, we took a random sample. Some of you will vote, some of you won't. So the ones who get to vote are anonymous, and no one can find out who they are. Stronger than that, actually, they can't even prove that they vote. So it's like you can't even show, hey, I'm voting, so give me money and I'll vote for whoever you choose, because you can't prove that you can vote. And they can prove who they voted for, which is the important part. Those things together make up strong anonymity. They prevent vote buying or coercion, because we can't verify that someone voted for someone or even voted. So there's very strong voter protection. Now, what else? Everyone can audit the different steps to make sure of three things. The first one is that everyone had the same chance of being chosen. The second is that every vote cast, there was not any modification done by the election authority. And the third one is that the sum is correct. Now, so you have the ballots. I'll just show you what they look like. They're a bit complicated so far, but we just made them simpler a week ago, but it was too late to reprint everything. So that is one voting ballot. It has instructions on it, that's why it's long. But if you notice something weird, it's that there are 2 sides to it, and they're symmetric. It's actually for security purposes. So you only care about one half, and if you look at one half, you start with a question. That's the first thing. Should voting in national elections be compulsory? And then you have your instructions. And the next thing is you have a login and a password. This allows you to go online and put in your vote code, which is at the bottom. And that is where the math intervenes. It's that if you vote for yes, you vote with a certain code. And if you vote for no, you vote with another code. Now, I know we have some reservations about online systems. Probably no one in this room as much as I do, because I hate it. So there's actually a very nice thing in there. It's that if you just give me your password and one vote code, I won't know what you voted for, but I can actually vote for you. You can tell someone, hey, vote for me, vote with this password and vote code, and you can check that they voted correctly. But they also have no way of knowing what they voted for, or of voting of the opposite way, because they don't know the other code. So it will be online, but it's completely doable without internet. It's easier and better for the trees. Now, you'll log in. There's a website indicated on the ballot. You go there, and wait, can you come back, please? And you just have to put in your login number and your password. You have the election details down there with the question and the polls and everything. And then you cast your vote code, and that's it. So at least that part should be quite simple. We welcome all ideas to make the system simpler and more user-friendly, by the way. And you also have things which allow you to see how many ballots and votes were cast so far, and to audit the election. So every citizen can check, just like, I don't know in different systems, but in France, for national elections, we have citizens standing and checking that every ballot was counted correctly. Every citizen can just decide to go to the mayor's office and check for themselves while they are being counted. Now, this is the same, except every citizen can do it from their home. And there will also be a link asking you for your opinion on a very small survey. I think we have 6 questions to try to make the system better and more intuitive for your citizens. Now, I'll just go on and check. So I made a lot of promises at the beginning. I asked you to think about your ideal voting system. And the thing is, I believe that we can fulfill those promises. I mean, I believe that we fulfill them and that it works. I mean, I've seen the math, and you can see it for yourself. So, what properties did I say we had? First thing is it's fully secure. The tally, the result of the election, works and can be checked by everyone. The other thing is that you can't have fraud or vote selling because of the things we said so far. Anonymous voter protection, you can't sell your vote because no one will buy it. What else? We can't coerce you for the same reasons. And we can fully audit it, and we can't hack it. Now, this is for the security thing. It's the basics. But it's more democratic because we can actually ensure voter access to the election. Every person can get a ballot. You don't need to go to the place. You can have someone else vote in your stead very securely. We should have a high turnout. If you have 40 million people who said, okay, we'll have something which has the same mandate as a referendum, but on 10,000 people, those people will have a very strong civic duty. There will be no dilution of responsibility. Every vote counts. You have very high chance of going to vote because your voice matters, actually. What else? Well, your voice matters. You have time to figure it out in advance. We should have better informed voters, more resistance to media. And it will be harder to manipulate through advertising, through constant elections all the time. It would cost way too much to actually influence all the voters all the time. And for the last part, it's easy to use and getting easier to use by the week, low cost, and it's effective. It can have a strong effect on local government. And even if we don't know if it's too fuzzy, we can just rerun a vote, rerun an election, and it costs nearly nothing. So I will conclude soon, but I like to say a year ago, I was really not, I found out this system, and I didn't think it was possible. So I hope that by trying it out yourself and checking it, you will see and be convinced, because that's the thing. I'm not a political scientist, I'm not a politician, I'm a mathematician. And I don't simply believe that saying something makes it true. So we prove things. And that's how this work has been going. So it's secure, it's cheap, it's more democratic. We've been working on it for many years. It's been tested at multiple cryptographic communities. No one managed to find a way to make it not work. We do need more studies on social consequences. You will be the first ones to really try it out. So that's important.
Let's do it. Let's hand them out.
Yeah, and I'll have a booth later today, so you can ask questions about the system. I'll talk tomorrow a little bit about the audit process, about how the whole thing works. And there will be a workshop to discuss the social effects. The votes, the results will be on Saturday. Now, we can't do a real sample election with that crowd because we didn't have your names initially. We didn't know how many people would be there. So we've made it a little bit fuzzy. We did the next best thing, which is we chose multiple questions, 2 in this case, and I have no idea who gets what question. No one does, because every one of you gets 1 ballot for 1 question. And it's, in general, only a small percentage of the population would get 1 ballot. Here we have too small a sample to, I mean, we generally would recommend having at least 1,000 persons for each question. Now, we have 100 or something, so we decided to do, let's split it both ways. Everyone gets to try the system, but on different questions. I hope this was not too confusing. Yeah, don't forget to vote, because it's your duty.
Thank you very much, Nicolas, for this very practical invitation to be part of this pilot sample voting experience. And we already started now to go into the very practice, but our issue is about practice, it's about procedures, but it's also about principles. So I would like to invite the participants of the second panel to come up here. David Altman, Cindy Hansen, Michael Salerno, Adrian Schmid, and Juan Jose Alvarez. Please come up so we can continue. So, hello. So. Yes? Counter project, counter proposal. Yes. When you are traveling a lot, you are getting a commish to jet lag sometimes, that you are changing time zones. The fantastic thing is coming to this part of Europe that you get a jet lag without traveling a long time, because here in this part of Europe, coffee break in the morning is served at 11:30 and lunch at 2 o'clock. So for those who feel this jet lag, just see it as an experience of being here. Now we will have in this first panel the basic issue of what we are talking about here, modern direct democracy, why, what, and how. Because it's always important a little bit also to reflect on the basic ideas linked to the realities. And we have here a real global panel of people who are linking theory with practice. With David Altman from Santiago de Chile, Cindy Hansen from Regina, or what do you call it?
I live in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
Saskatoon in Canada. Michael, who runs, like always, from San Francisco, United States. Juan Jose Alvarez from here, from Donostia, San Sebastian, and Adrian Schmid from Lucerne in Switzerland. Let's start directly. I would like to start with David, who is a professor of political science at the Pontifical Catholic University of Chile, and he is one of these persons who have been mostly involved in looking into what it means to have direct democracy globally. He has recently published the book Direct Democracy Worldwide, and David, you have the chance to tell the story about modern direct democracy in 4 minutes.
Hola, hola. ¿Funciona? Acá, ahora. Voy a hablar en español porque hay...
I'm going to speak in Spanish because there's interpreting and I feel a little bit more comfortable speaking in Spanish. In 4 minutes, 4 minutes, I have to talk about direct democracy. That's pretty difficult. But if I had to sum up, or just talking about it in 4 minutes, I think I should say that we have to be very careful in what type of institutions we design, because not all direct democracy is good, just like not all local governance is good either. Direct democracy includes different types of institutions, and they can be good and they can be bad. And it can also be used for selfish means as well, and perverse means. For example, let's just look at a couple of cases. Brexit, for example, the Colombia peace plan, the popular vote in Hungary about refugees and immigration quotas, etc. This is just to name a few. So not all local governance is good either as well, because it can really bring up inconsistencies and it can actually put the brakes on social equality. Our Italian friend talks about the peripheral areas here in Europe. Well, you can imagine in South America how we're sort of so far beyond the periphery that I don't even know what we are.
Okay. 2 minutes more. Okay.
You've got 2 more minutes, apparently. Now, I understand direct democracy as a very mixed group of institutions. But they're institutions that have been established by citizens. And I think if we go to the gold standard in Switzerland, I could say that they are windows of opportunity, these institutions. They are windows of opportunities for citizens, windows of opportunities to correct different perversions or things that are wrong with the current system when the system doesn't work well. But understanding direct democracy as just a means or an end in and of itself, I don't think that's a very efficient way. And it's actually quite dangerous, because it's when we have these types of decisions, when we're faced with these types of decisions, we have to look at all the different discrete decisions, political decisions, which paradoxically enough could lead to the fact that the majority of the population, the majority, not the minority, the majority in fact might end up being losers time and time again. And in fact, there's no place at all in which we have direct democracy without having a very good and healthy representative democracy. And in fact, we see this resurgence of populism, them against us, the ones at the bottom against the ones at the bottom, the ones inside against the ones outside, this kind of confrontational populist movements. We have to be very, very careful when we're trying to dichotomize social options between black and white, yes and no. What we have to try and do now is to strengthen this representative democracy that we have. And as I said, direct democracy are windows of opportunity which open up when this system doesn't work. And we should try to defend the weights and the counterweights, the basic ones which exist in all of these systems, which is offered to us by representative democracy, checks and balances, the fact that it's often very slow, very frustrating, quite boring sometimes, but without it we don't have freedom. So direct democracy, we need to understand it as a group of institutions in which it can in fact be used perversely but it can also be used in a virtuous way. So we shouldn't just say that all direct democracy is wonderful and all local government is wonderful, because it's not. Sometimes it gives rise to exclusion. Sometimes it gives rise to putting the brakes and actually consolidating social inequalities, sexism, all the isms that exist. It can actually consolidate them and strengthen them. I think that's it now. I've probably used up all my time. I'll continue a little bit later on.
It was indeed a challenge, Mathieu. You did it well.
I wasn't expecting that question.
Yes. No, you are not prepared as such. That's a good thing. No, I mean, this is an open conversation. I would like to continue with Cindy about, and you don't know which question you get, but no, you are associate professor at the University of Regina, and you have studied and worked a lot on local and global participatory democracy with the precondition of education. And it has been always, and it's said very often, direct democracy requires a good education, while direct democracy or participation also educates. How do you see this relationship between education and democracy? Is there like a consequential precondition for having a democracy to have a good education, or how do you see it from your research?
Wow, okay. I feel like I'm running a race, and I wasn't aware that I was going to get a specific question like that. So I guess I just want to frame education or capacity building as one of what I would call sort of a tripod upon which direct or participatory democracy can operate. And the other pieces of that tripod would be the structures need to be in place, and the political will or enabling environment has to also be in place. So if those two things are in place, the other thing that's required is education or capacity building. And I think too often people are willing to let the other two pieces go and then say, well, people weren't ready to do it. Well, why the hell was it put in place in the first place if people weren't ready to do it? And a good example of how that can take place also has to look at, in the case of Canada, it has to look at an environment where there's a decolonizing environment, for example, in Canada, around Indigenous populations and voting and participation. And we're just coming out of a reconciliation, a truth and reconciliation process in Canada. And I think these kind of processes, given international dynamics, are going to become more and more commonplace. And those kind of conditions have to exist in order for democracy to be put in place. The alternative, of course, to that is also something that came out of Canada simultaneously, which was the Idle No More movement. With people, it was a social movement that can still gather thousands of people within 24 hours to protest on Indigenous issues. So you've got social movements that can gather people in very, participatory democratic ways, but when it comes to voting, Indigenous people are not voting in Canada. So part of that was through the reconciliatory process, but part of what's included and excluded in that comes back to what David was talking about, which was very much around, looking at gender within policy development. I did a study on the participation of women in the reconciliatory process in Canada, looked at what was included, what wasn't included when women were involved. I've also done studies on municipal government and participation of marginalized populations, and I think this is where I hear a lot of conversations about people, well, they weren't ready, because we're talking about people understanding that it actually is going to make a difference in their lives. So what kind of participatory processes need to be taken into account in order to do that? And what we found out is we need to start with structures. We need to make sure that childcare and transportation are available for starters, but also a language that people can understand, and processes in which there has to be a lot of lead up before anything like a vote can take place. So I just want to, how am I doing?
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay, thanks. So I think what's really important is to look at, who's included and excluded when processes, when structures are being developed. How much are people that are traditionally excluded actually included in the structural development of what you're doing in creating enabling environments, and who is defining what it is that we're asking. Another example recently in Canada is the whole issue around representational democracy, and we just had a vote in a province of Prince Edward Island. It's the smallest province in Canada. Only 28% of people came out to vote, yet this was a federal election issue. It was put to a provincial vote. Only 28% of people came out to vote, and now the Premier is saying he's not going to honor it because not enough people voted. So you can have a system where you've got the structures, you've got the actual voting taking place, but there still has to be an enabling environment and political will to put that into place. So all of those to me are can be related to capacity. I can't separate the issues.
Thank you. Thank you, and we are continuing to make our picture about the balance of direct and representative democracy from a third perspective. And Michael Salerno, you are a clinical professor of law and have been a legislative counselor of the Californian legislature, and we have been involved in conversations for many years, and you always want to start to say that you are the bad guy. But you don't need to do that here now. You can just give us a little bit of your view, because you have been so much involved in this practical use of direct democracy in California, to give us an idea about how to find the balance and how things become imbalanced.
Well, thank you, Bruno. My joke is I'm the piñata at these events, which has special meaning in Spain. But thank you for the opportunity to participate. As a preliminary matter, I want to distinguish between what I call pure direct democracy and what I term collaborative democracy, which I think is the Swiss model, which I think is the best model available. I remind everyone that in 1860, John Stuart Mills explained in On Liberty that democracy and liberty are not one and the same, but rather distinct ideals that in practice may not strengthen each other. In my view, we have proven this to be true in California, where we have a legal system, fairly pure direct democracy. While some enactments have been positive, in my view, most have been detrimental. In California, the voters have enacted laws and amended the Constitution to dramatically and negatively affect the state's ability to rationally budget. 60% of the general fund of California is spent by operation of law because of initiative measures. We've had other enactments that are homophobic, banning same-sex marriage, racist, allowing private parties to refuse to sell to different ethnicities, declaring English racist, declaring English as an official language, banning preferential treatment for historically disadvantaged racial and ethnic populations, imposing some of the most draconian criminal sentences in the world, where we incarcerate the greatest number of people per capita. And now we spend more on corrections than we do on higher education. $8 million for prisons, $5 million for the state universities.
Billion.
Pardon me?
Billion.
Billion, excuse me, billion. At some point, it becomes serious money. And I have examples that I won't be able to use because we don't have time. I don't oppose the concept of greater citizen involvement in creating public policy. But as American writer H.L. Mencken famously stated, to every problem, there is a simple and usually wrong solution. Issues are complex, they require public education and meaningful, full debate, not 15-second misleading television advertisements paid for by vested interest. In California, the initiative process is generally a game for the wealthy and special interest where cash is king. A signature gathering can be paid for. There are attorneys who represent themselves as having expertise in drafting measures that do it quite poorly. They're drafted in secret. There are political consultants who have focus groups to determine what the buzzwords will be to make their campaign successful. We have professional campaign managers, paid signature gatherers, media specialists, creating glossy advertisements, deceptive and misleading multimedia campaigns on television, the internet, radio, print, and billboards, and short campaigns that are mixed with, for example, a few weeks ago, the presidential election, the statewide elections, the local elections, and then 17 propositions. We had a ballot pamphlet that's about this thick that the voters received 2 weeks before the elections. I had my law students read it and tried quizzing them about it, and no one even got to the point of the text of the measures. Law is complex. As this voter pamphlet, if anybody read it, would understand, but in an every person knows everything era, and that the people are always correct, we need a realistic understanding that law is complicated. The challenge of direct democracy is how it is structured. It's the genie in the bottle, and before you uncork the bottle, you better determine the method that will be utilized, because there's no going back. And I regret legal systems that don't have a form of direct democracy, because I think it can be very, very positive. But I think it requires some of the following attributes. I think that there should be collaboration between the legislative body and the proponents of an initiative, with the proponents always having the right to have their proposal unadulterated on the ballot, but with the legislative body having the ability to put a competing measure on, as they do in Switzerland. I think measures should be drafted in public. I believe that the period of time to consider measures should be dramatically extended. I think they should be vetted, with the proponents being required to answer questions about them in public. I think that the election should be held only on propositions, as they are in Switzerland. I think we should require real-time campaign contribution disclosure, with all advertisements having what's called a crawl on TV that identifies the major financial contributors. I think we need to get rid of dark money, where you really can't tell who's financing the campaign. In California, we had 17 measures. 4 of them were put on the ballot by single individuals who completely financed their qualification as well as their campaigns, so you can buy a position on the ballot. Some of them passed, some of them failed.
Michael?
So I'm done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Very constructive points, I would say.
I'm trying to improve.
That's great. So we are, in a way, already discussing how can we make direct democracy useful for our democracies. And I mean, the promise of democracy has been very strong in this country and in the Basque Country and here in Donostia in recent times. And you see when you are coming here that there is this commitment, but also there is a struggling about the promise and how to realize it. So Juan José Alvarez, you are here, professor of law at the University of del País Vasco, of the local university, and you have dealt with this promise and this struggling for a long time. So give us a little bit your take from this experience for our discussion.
Thank you. I will speak in Spanish.
Yes.
Hablar en castellano, me siento más cómodo. Soy corredor de maratón, no de...
I'm a marathon runner. I'm not a sort of a sprinter, so I'll try to just stick to this 4-minute time frame. It's almost like we're in a market where we're trying to sell all the virtues of direct democracy. But I'd like to say something to start with. There's a sort of an effervescence which kind of swings from one side to the other. On the one hand, we have participatory democracy and direct democracy, and it seems that we're going from one extreme to the other. It's like a pendulum. But I think probably the answer is the equidistant point between both extremes. And in some cases, society is one step ahead of politicians. And in other situations, and the discussion comes before action. And here in the Basque Country and in Spain in general, I would say we have this effervescence. We have these new words, new democracy, shared leadership. We have all these new terms, the need to combine representative and direct democracy. But really very few politicians actually believe it, really. There is no democratic culture here still. And it's not just a question of mistrust. It's a way of understanding politics. Politics is the only way we have as humans to manage the way we live together. And in a mature society, we do have conflicts will arise. We're not just all going to be sitting there in a lovely utopia when everyone's happy and living together and, you know, jumping around, skipping, picking daisies. Conflicts arise and they have to be resolved. To appeal to direct democracy is the only way of solving those conflicts is reductionist and really doesn't fit in with reality. And in practice here in the Basque Country, it's like a boomerang, which basically comes and whacks you on the head once you throw it. In the opposition, when you're in the opposition, you can say that the government is not using direct democracy. Then you get into power. You have two very important problems. We have here the metro and the incinerator. And then you're in power and you look the other way. And then just as a third idea, translating direct democracy into just a vote. You can't reduce it just to a vote. There's got to be other processes involved here. And these processes will be as important as voting. It's not just about voting. What's so sad is that we just look at, it's sad to say that representative democracy isn't working and then direct democracy is the magic wand that's going to come and solve all our problems. Neither is true. We have to get a midpoint, a midway point. And like so many things, the city is the starting point for all of this. And it's true, there's a political dimension here, and there's a social dimension here, and there's a legal dimension here. Spain has had 40 years of formal democracy. It doesn't believe in direct democracy yet. It doesn't believe in the role of citizens, only if they're, constrained by being members of a political party. They don't believe in it. They really don't. They don't believe in referendums, in public consultations. This is Spanish democracy. Because one thing is having a referendum. Another thing is actually asking citizens what they think. And I think there's a tremendous lack of democratic culture here. And I think that this conference is more than welcome, Mr. Marshall. And just, you come here and then you leave and we're exactly the same as when you arrived. We really need to help us reach out to not just politicians, but to citizens as well. We need more responsible citizens. We need more politicized citizens. I think there's no other society that is as politicized as the Basque Country or even perhaps Catalonia. But in fact, there's a very low level of engagement. Why? Because we're not allowed to get close to politics here. Law has a lot to do with this. It has a really important role to play. And often legalists, we get to the party quite late. But we have to democratize democracy. That's what we have to do. We have to make legality reign. We have to make sure that it really does reign. But we have to move away from this rigidity. We have to become more flexible. We don't want to combat democracy using legality because that's an oxymoron. It simply doesn't make any sense. We should be able to do this, and I will finish now, I promise. The delegate from the Spanish government here in the Basque Country was criticizing all politicians here, saying that they're running a 100-meter sprint to see who can ask citizens more questions more frequently and who can win that. And that's not the case. There are certain things that can only be resolved through public consultation. But interpreting public consultation as a legal obstacle, I think, really perverts the idea of democracy. Law shouldn't be an obstacle. Law should be a channel through which we should be able to move towards a resolution of these conflicts.
Thank you very much. You have really proven that even a marathon runner can do some sprints in between. And our whole task here is, of course, a marathon. And you're talking about 40 years of democracy in Spain. We cannot count every year as a kilometer, so there is much more to do, as you have said. And everybody here has talked about, in a way, to find the balance, to find the equidistance. And at some point, people have said Switzerland is the gold standard. There is an equidistance, and of course, maybe from the inside it looks a little bit different. And Adrian Schmid has been a very long-term citizen in Switzerland, active in local politics and national politics. You have been the president of a city council in Lucerne in Switzerland. You are now the Secretary General of the Swiss Heritage Foundation. How do you see from the inside this let's say, positive attitude from the outside to Swiss use of direct democracy? Which are the strong, which are the weak points from your practice?
Okay, thank you, Bruno. I would like to take the opportunity to say a great thank you to Joe, Matthew, and Bruno Kaufmann for the work they've done during the last 10 years. They made the Global Forum here in San Sebastian possible. Thanks you, Joe. Thanks you, Bruno. Maybe based on my experience during 16 years served as a member of parliament in Lucerne, Switzerland, and also on the other side as one who organized maybe about more than a dozen popular initiative projects in Switzerland, I came to a conclusion, or maybe two conclusions for today. When I remembered the time in Parliament, when I remember all the work we've done for campaigning in Switzerland, I always said we need, if we are working in a representative democracy or in direct democracy, we need strong, fair instrument for both. And that means direct democracy and representative democracy are twins, always twins. That's something I learned during the last 40 years in Switzerland. What does it mean? And maybe I can give you an example. In Switzerland, we had one big success in 1987. In 1987, the Swiss people voted to have the so-called double yes vote. That means you can vote yes to an initiative proposal, or you can vote also yes to a counter proposal. That means you can say a double yes, and in the third question you have to answer which one of the one. If both of them get more than 51%, which one will be the winner of these two proposals? Of course, in '89 we had an initiative project in Switzerland, and can give you, maybe I can explain with this example what I mean to have this double yes vote, this so-called counter proposal yes and initiative proposal yes. That means in '89 we had to vote about to abolish the Swiss Army. And the Swiss people voted with 35.6% for no, of course. But there were more than 1 million people. Of course, at this moment, we had this so-called double yes. But the parliament didn't vote or didn't accept a second vote. That means we had only to vote to abolish or not to abolish the Swiss Army. But a couple of years later, we were possible to install in Switzerland a so-called service civil. That means it was the beginning of a process. And this is the second conclusion I can say today, or maybe I can bring it to the point. Direct democracy and representative democracy is always a way, and it's always a goal. These are both together. Like always, I said in the beginning, they are twins. So to go further on and to have success, you have to play in the parliament and also with the instruments of direct democracy. That means today I'm not a member of parliament at this moment, but I'm campaigning. I have to go back at 12 o'clock to Switzerland because we are on the way to campaign a new referendum in Switzerland at Saturday, Sunday. That means we have now also, we need to find some people in the parliament because the process is beginning in the parliament with the initiative project, with the referendum project. That means we need to find maybe not a majority, but we have to find some people. Maybe we can find a solution for a so-called, as I started in the beginning, for a so-called counter-proposal. That would be interesting because if you have only one question to say yes or no, you have always winner and losers. And the interesting thing, we have so many times during the last 3 or 4 years in Switzerland, a situation we got 50.1% yes or no. And that means It's like in the United States, you are not the majority, maybe a little bit more or maybe a little bit less. And what I learned during the last 40 years is to find solution how we can respect the minority, how we can maybe get them the chance to realize a part of the initiative proposal they started before. And that would be a success for everybody in a country, not also in Switzerland. That's my second conclusion. Representative democracy and also direct democracy has always to develop. We have to find new ways, we have to find new fine instrument and fair instrument for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. I see like two main themes here in this conversation. First is the interconnection between representative and direct democracy, in a way that direct democracy, in a positive way, can contribute to make representative democracy more representative, but of course also the contrary. And the second issue, that democracy is an unfinished journey which needs to be democratized. So in a second round, before also we open for questions from everybody, I would like to ask each of you, which element do you think is the most urgent and important to make democracy more democratic in the next years? David?
Sí, es una pregunta complicada.
That's a very complex question, and only having a couple of minutes, what can I say? Well, I think that the most important component is participation. Democracy is understood as if we have a system of control between different powers, legislative, judicial, etc. But then we also have another component, the DNA, which is participation, engagement, voters, citizens, and authorities. And I think that when we speak about participation and why isn't it working, well, the Swiss case is now having huge problems in terms of participation, but different problems. We also saw that in Colombia, in the plebiscite there, where, fewer people voted, even if it was a plebiscite. Yes, plebiscites sometimes are dangerous. And my colleague was saying whether vote has to be mandatory or not. And I would like to say something. In no contemporary democracies, voting is compulsory. What is compulsory is to have elections, but if we want to vote yes or no, that is a personal decision. And that is personal. But compulsory, mandatory voting does not exist. And I come from Uruguay, one of the most demanding countries in terms of voting. But voting is never compulsory. What is compulsory is, to have elections every certain time. So the most important thing is participation, engagement.
Thank you. I was just thinking that there are all kinds of different models of participation and why people participate and how people participate. And a lot of people will participate if they're getting something in return. There's, basic needs are being met. But higher levels of participation, higher levels of engagement are where people actually understand how that makes a difference in their life, and they feel that their participation might bring about something that an acquired or a change that they actually have a choice about. And so one of the things I think that we need to look at when we're doing that is things around the language we're using, and I think you alluded to that in sort of the referendums in LA, where that can disempower citizen engagement. Using a language that people don't understand is the only mechanism through written language. That's another question. If we're working with populations that don't have high levels of literacy, how is using a written referendum disempowering and discouraging engagement in changes? So I think we need to think about the tools we're using to solicit citizen engagement. And I think it's really meaningful where we're meeting with people. those things are really important in terms of who we're dealing with, how we're dealing with them, and what kind of engagement we want to create.
Thank you very much. Michael?
Is based on the United States.
Microphone.
My experience is based on the United States, and we have sort of unique issues that we must address. I'm pleased to hear the comments of Adrian that direct democracy and representative democracy are really, partners, and that's why I call it a collaborative process. It would be wonderful to get the money out of politics in the United States and both sides of the equation, because it really does spoil the decision-making process, because we're a society that that relies on the media far too much and studies far too little. So both processes may be improved. I've given you my recipe for improving what we do in California. I would say that I could be equally critical of our electoral system and the way we select our representatives. And I think, at least in the United States, we have to deal with both of those issues.
Thank you. Yes.
Bueno, ¿cómo mejorar
Gosh, how to improve democracy. Once I heard a definition about Switzerland, and it said that Switzerland was the land of satisfied losers, or happy losers. Basically, you could win or lose, and in fact, you often lose when you're engaging in direct democracy, but even so, you're happy, you're satisfied, because you've taken part. You've taken part in the problem, in the solution, and you've helped push everything forward. It's easy to say, it's difficult to do, of course, this. It's almost like trying to eliminate this incredible gap between the civil society and politicians, which is something rhetorical. Everyone's talking about it, but it's really, really important. How can we repoliticize citizens? How can we get citizens which are blinded by technology these days? And in the world in which we live, we have sort of a kind of a civic illiteracy. We talk about our rights all the time. We never talk about our obligations. And politicians understand this. They know that and they play around with it in their discourses, but they don't take it seriously. So how can we make this social capital? How can we make sure that this social capital is there and is here to stay? I think this is a really important issue, because often it's just a case of concentric circles. You have to start at the local level and you have to gradually widen out like ripples in a pond to get out to a broader scope. And I think this requires a lot of democratic culture, less negative energy, less stigmatization of politics, and a different way of understanding and looking at politics. And I think direct democracy is important, but I think it has to be used properly. If it is used properly, it's a wonderful channel to get everyone involved. It can't be used to actually to let politicians evade their responsibility, because politicians have a responsibility to govern, but it can be used. And perhaps from a bit of a Machiavellian perspective, how to use it, how to do it. Because sometimes when you're talking about a very complex issue, something that might affect their health, for example, or how can you get citizens to actually read 350 articles of an international treaty so that they can decide whether it's good? You can't do that because we don't understand it. So this is a very important issue. How can we actually overcome these problems, I believe?
Now the happy loser.
Yeah, to be a happy loser. When I see the situation today in Switzerland, and when I ask myself what's the biggest question we have to find new answers in Switzerland, that brings me back to the situation: how is the influence of money? How is the influence of media? How is the influence of social media? How can we use them? How can we find new system? How we can find new instruments to find an equality between the two different parties, the two different campaigning groups, etc., etc., etc. But the interesting thing in Switzerland, and let me give me again an example. We have to vote next weekend to abolish the Swiss atomic power station. That's a very interesting votation because we have now a situation, normally, if you start campaigning, you start maybe with a result of 40 or maybe 50 or 55% yes vote. And normally it goes down because the discussion in the society, in the media is always, is it this initiative proposal the solution or not? And today we have a very interesting process. I just checked a couple of hours before the last results yeah, exactly. Thank you, Bruno. And the interesting thing is it's going up with the yes vote, and that never happened before in the last years. So 2 weeks ago, Swiss people said about 54% yes to abolish the Swiss atomic power station, and this week it was about 57%. So it will be the chance that we win the next weekend. What does it mean for me? We used for this campaign together with Greenpeace and all the big organizations work together. They spent a lot of money, of course. They had also the big money. They had also the experience how to use the new social medias. But the interesting thing is now it's getting closer to a yes. And I think if we have now 57%, it would be a great chance that we can win the next weekend to abolish the Swiss atomic power station. And that means we have to find new, fair instruments also for people who don't have this money, who don't have the experience to use the social media, if there are maybe smaller, little groups in Switzerland starting with a popular initiative or with a referendum.
Thank you. So you may become a happy winner. Yeah. So who is the owner of the mobile microphone? Do we have that?
Oh, yes. It's time for the microphone.
There, okay. So there is an owner of a mobile microphone, and there are maybe some people who would like to use this microphone. So please, if you have a question to the panel, yes, there is one. And don't take the microphone, just talk into the microphone.
Vale. De acuerdo. Es una pregunta para Cindy.
I have a question for Cindy. Well, I have 4 questions, but maybe into one. You were talking about the conditions that we should have before direct democracy and before making decisions in that sense. Those conditions are going to be the same always in the different processes. If that is not so, if that was not so, if we need to work beforehand to tailor-made or to define which those previous conditions are, here comes my question. Do you think that we could explain beforehand, before which are the necessary conditions, before we can start a process of direct democracy? And do you think that if those conditions are not there, would the results be declared null? Cindy?
I'm not sure if I'm really clear on the question. So perhaps I can try and answer to say that I'm an adult educator, and so I strongly believe that all processes are a process of, capacity building and education. And in terms of creating conditions, I think those are lifelong struggles, and I think everyone here has sort of demonstrated how difficult it is to change and create an enabling environment in which direct democracy and participatory democracy can take place. I'm not sure exactly what else you meant by your question, so I'm not sure if I'm totally answered it.
Next question. Was somebody there? Yeah. There, Alicia.
Ahora sí. Quería felicitar a la mesa.
I wanted to congratulate all the speakers. It was wonderful listening to you. You've been talking about the sort of the light and the dark sides of direct democracy. I'm thinking about two things. One clear conclusion that I can actually draw from all of your presentations is the need to improve the design of direct democracy. Looking at certain legal issues that can be improved. I think this is very clear. This is a clear conclusion. And I agree. I agree with this critical perspective that David has talked about direct democracy, especially in Latin American countries. I agree with that. But I also think it was important to highlight what Juan José Álvarez also said. Because it has to do with a more philosophical debate, a more philosophical approach to all of this. Direct democracy, with other of the mechanisms of participatory democracy, is something different from representative democracy, and I agree with that. Those of us who trust in participatory democracy assume that citizens can, in fact, are able to make decisions. And we should just improve the conditions to enable that all of these citizens, all of them, should become more involved. And I think the starting point of these proposals is not Madison, it's not representative democracy in the classic North American sense. It's a different starting point, it's a different perspective. And in fact, in the Andean countries in South America, they've actually revamped their democracy completely, which isn't always good. And I agree with David in his critical outlook, but there's some good examples there. In Bolivia, for example, the citizens said no to Evo Morales and her attempt to become president again. So that has its good things and its bad things of this. But in any case, it always gives us information. We always learn something. Colombians who went out to vote to the referendum, and we got information. We learned from that. We learned that there was a lot of mistrust. So I don't know that I would see it as a bad example or a negative example. Basically, it gives us information about what's going on among citizens. This is what it tells us. People have talked about gender and the negative consequences for women of all of this. Well, in fact, yesterday we went to the Women's Centre and we saw that many women were talking, and we found that men don't listen to us. And in fact, that was something that came out yesterday. This happens, and it happens in normal life, and it happens in politics as well. So it's a reflection of what happens in our everyday life. But I think there's a very deep-rooted social change at the heart of all of it.
Thank you very much for this comment. I propose those who want to comment or put a question that they stand up, and also when they ask the question and comment, stand, because in this setting we don't see each other so well. So, who? Yes, in the yes. Yeah. Standing up makes the chances bigger too. Maybe also you briefly introduce yourself so we know a little bit more about who is.
Hello, my name is Orlin Todorov from Bulgaria. I'm an author of a book related to governance. My question is perhaps primarily to our Californian friend. I also live in California part of the time. Do you think that maybe, first of all, it's unfair to blame the budgetary problems of California just on direct democracy and not mention the fact that most elected representatives in California are financed by government contractors, by the people they are supposed to govern, basically to manage. So that causes this conflict of interest between in representatives. And on one hand, you have government contractors who want more spending, and on the other hand, you have citizens who want less taxes. And then my other point is that you mentioned that financing of political campaigns is something, or you want to get the money out of politics as much as possible. But money is important. After all, you cannot have political campaigns without any money. Maybe the solution is to have more direct financing of political campaigns without the intermediaries, whether they are corporations, labor unions, trade unions, etc. So in the current digital age, I think it's easier to have, like the campaign of Bernie Sanders showed, it's easier to have direct financing by individual citizens for initiatives as well as for running for office campaigns. So if we want direct democracy, maybe we also need to have direct financing. Thank you.
Thank you. I take 3 more standing people in this panel. Standing people, there and there. Yeah. First Raban, and yeah, we have 3. Yeah. Okay, please stay up so I don't forget you. So
yes, Raban Al-Fuhrmann from Germany, and my question is about if representative and direct democracy are twins, then I would propose that the parents of them is deliberation and consultation. Professor Alvarez and Mr. Altman already also referred to it. And why? Because I really think that in the moment when you have to make the collective binding decision, already something has gone wrong before. So I think the best politics is those politics where problems are solved directly and you don't have to come to make a decision. So my question is, how do you think that these forms of consultative democracy can be stronger interrelated or connected with this formal way of making collective binding decisions? Because at least at the moment we have a very whole bunch of informal instruments. That's where I work on as a scientist. We have thousands of new possibilities of making deliberative, consultative politics. But when it comes to interrelated to this formal process of decision making, it is like a big gap. And so many of these processes fail because we don't have put a switch between it. And the second is only a remark. I find it very interesting that we are having a democratic conference, but the form itself, I personally don't feel very democratic. I would wish to have more forms of deliberation also here in this conference itself. It's very frontal. I have to hear very much, and I have few possibilities really to get into discussion. I hope this will get better at the time of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you for this first real complaint. And here.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Fu Te Liao, law professor in Taiwan. I wish to thank all the views offered by the panelists. And I have 2 questions. One goes for Professor David Altman. If I understand it correctly, it seems to distinguish that, and it says that direct democracy, the balance of democracy, sometimes it could be good and sometimes it could be bad. So I'm thinking that if you can offer more detailed explanation that what are the criteria that you apply to distinguish good from bad. And the other part is that how do you feel that which part is good and which part is bad? If you can offer more details. And the other question goes to Mr. Andreas Schumit. That, and I have been thinking that why the development of democracy in Switzerland is much better than laws in other states. And I'm thinking about it could be political system, because I do think that because Switzerland held a commission-like parliamentary. It's not a parliamentary, and it's also not a presidential system. And it could be because Switzerland have a multi-racial world in the society, and it could be that because Switzerland has not much populations. But I do try to ask you that if you can offer more detailed views about that, why the reason why the development in Switzerland is much better than others. Thank you.
Thank you. You will complain that the detailed views cannot be given during this panel, but we have one more comment in the back. Far in the back.
Donald O'Brien, yeah. I'm just a citizen of Ireland. My question is basically to Mr. Smith. I'd like to know what the average length of time between the starting of an initiative that's formally registered or whatever happens in Switzerland and the date at which the actual vote is taken. Is it years? Is it months? Is it weeks? And is there? I'm assuming that's been studied, because most other aspects of Swiss. I just want to make an observation. Nobody has talked about power. As far as I'm concerned, direct democracy is a check and a balance to limit the scope for excess by the powerful, whether it's public or private, local, national or transnational, elected or appointed. And particularly, it's the sources of hidden power that we see often based on money. And I think that direct democracy, which I agree should be complementary, is a means of, I say, a check and a balance on power. It's not the only means, and as people have said, we need more. But my question is the time scale for the discussion that precedes a vote in Switzerland.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of questions, and we are running out of time. But as the previous panel took 1.5 hour extra, we get a few minutes at least. So I would like to invite the panel here to answer to those questions they have understood. And of course, afterwards, and we will have a lot of discussion. So Adrian, you can start, and then we go through the panel.
This is a very good question, because we had a lot of problems, because during the former years the Parliament didn't work on the project. That means we had to organize 18 months time. In this time, the Parliament is pleased to organize a debate in the Commission and also to find a result in the Parliament. That means it starts after the Chancellery accepted the result of collecting the signatures. That takes maybe 30-40 days. Then we have the 18 months, and after that it starts to find maybe a solution for a so-called, as I said, counter proposal. That means normally it takes about 4 years. At the moment we collected the signatures, and the moment the people can vote in Switzerland.
Telegráficamente.
Very, very quickly, almost like a telegraph, really. I think that in representative democracy and direct democracy, there has to be information, deliberation, proposals, participation, engagement, and at the end of the road, the vote. But if we reduce everything to this very, very last process, and we don't work on the previous processes, it's not going to be a magic recipe for anything. Secondly, the typical question about whether it unites or fragments. That's a perverse question in and of itself. I think the Swiss example shows us that it unites. It doesn't fragment. It might fragment sometimes. For example, if a politician subject something to popular consultation because they haven't done their homework and they haven't reached the right agreements. Because what do citizens want? They want politicians to come to some kind of agreement about some basic issues, at least. And if that doesn't work, and then just, pass the buck to citizens isn't what should happen. This is we can see the example of Taylor in Quebec and Canada. If you don't deal with question properly, then my dream becomes your nightmare, and you are fragmenting, you're dividing society, because you're not building bridges, you're not trying to find a common ground. If I have my proposal and that's it, and I'm not going to move and I'm not going to change it and I'm not going to be flexible, and that's my dream, then this dream of mine is going to become your nightmare, and it doesn't matter who wins and who loses. This is an error. And finally, I think David will be able to answer this question much better than I can. When we look about what's good and bad just on the basis of the results, Brexit, for example, fantastic exercise of direct democracy with huge doses of hypocrisy and populism and misinformation. But who are responsible for this were those who lost and those who won. It wasn't just because the result wasn't what we wanted. We can't just disqualify the whole process because what can we say? What happened about the elections in the USA? Because we don't like the result, it's invalid. No, I would be being hypocritical if I said that.
In California, we have general elections every 2 years. And typically as a election technique, proponents would like as the least amount of time between the finalization of the measure to appear on the ballot and the actual election. It's generally 130 days. Very short.
Okay. Cindy, do you have a comment?
I'll just make one quick comment, and it's regarding the question about democracy being a distribution of power and looking at participation in that kind of context. And if democracy is about a distribution of power and in decision making, then I think the U.S. example, might be the U.S. election might be a good example of that, of how many people were listening to all the people that are on food banks, supported by food stamps. How many people are examining their unearned advantage at the same time?
Yeah. Bueno, efectivamente, Alicia, yo soy...
Yes, it's true. I'm a devil's advocate really by nature. It's the role that I feel most comfortable in. But it's true. I am very critical of direct democracy in all its different spheres, but especially here. When I'm in a different context, I can, I defend it tooth and nail, but here I'm being the devil's advocate a little bit. It's true. Now, the world of direct democracy is so large, so varied, that we can use anything, really. We can use it to justify any argument. We can say that they're good, they're bad, they're up, the bottom, backward and forwards, but we have to be very careful with all of this. The question, when is it good, when is it bad? What bits are good, what bits are bad? Well, there's differences in the processes and the different mechanisms of direct democracy. And assessing direct democracy per se, and I agree with my colleague here on the left, through results, is so short-sighted it's not true. You can't just assess direct democracy through the results. You have to look at the process itself. Plebiscites are generally considered to be bad, and we're talking here about the Brexit as well, not just because of the result or the result of the referendum in Colombia. I think that the use of a democratic instrument to justify or to solve a fight which has happened in a political party, which has happened with the Tories in England, and what was happening with the peace process in Colombia, to do that, to use it to solve internal fights, that there's an intrinsic problem with that, because we have to stop celebrating these referendums. They're used occasionally, and they're often used to actually enable politicians to evade their responsibilities. When they can't they call on citizens, they get everybody mobilized. And they often do it like Pontius Pilate, to just wash their hands of a problem. When I want to make this decision, it's going to cost me a lot politically, right, I'm going to pass the buck to citizens and they can decide. Should we leave the European Union? It's going to cost me politically if I say yes, so I'm just going to pass the buck to citizens. So it's not the results that make a process good or bad, it's the process itself. And I don't think we should measure direct democracy and assess it due to the results. And there are things that are bad. For example, participation quorums. For example, I have a number of colleagues here from Bulgaria, and they lost by 50,000 votes. And I think this is one of the main problems with direct democracy, because it causes a lot of frustration. You try, and you never actually get anywhere. So there's a bad design. And there are some designs that are better than others. And if we want to foster participation, deliberation, etc., etc. And just finally, the issue of money, especially in the North American context in the USA, it's true. Money is a problem, but that's not a problem of direct democracy. This is a decision come out of the High Court and Citizens United, which chose not to limit at all what you can spend during a direct democracy campaign. Whereas with electoral campaigns, it's very, very tightly controlled. So why this difference? Why is there a difference? Now we have a problem when we have the powerful people, the rich people, may invest as much as they like in a campaign in order to initiate some kind of public consultation with all the perverse effects that that might have. And we can continue talking about the results as well, but I think that's enough for now.
Thank you very much, David. Normally get 3 wishes in the end, but this global forum is not a fairy tale. So we get 1. And I know Adrian wants to rush home to start an initiative, but each of you have now 1 wish to this global forum.
Yeah, it's the beginning of a process, and it's the beginning on a way to find a solution together, and solution you can find always only together. And we have to be open-minded in this process.
Mi deseo es una...
My wish is more a statement. Politics is too serious to be left in the hands of politicians. That's what I would like to say.
My wish is that all legal systems have a component of direct democracy, because I think it provides an important check on representative democracy. But my wish is I could trade the California system for the Swiss system.
Thank you.
My wish is that everyone in this room could have their wish heard.
That was a smart move. That was a smart move. Y mi deseo sería...
Well, mine would be, let's just make a major effort to be very sincere and honest about what we want as citizens and the evidence and what we believe in. So we have to get a balance between what we believe in, the reality, and what we want as citizens. That would be my wish.
Thank you very much. Before Sancho will disturb us here, I can express all our wish for a coffee break, which will start in 2 minutes. And we will be here again to talk about the local participation story at 12:10. 10 past 12, we are starting again. And now Sancho has the wish to... Come.
Podéis expresar vuestro deseo aquí.
Hey, you can express your wish here.
Bai?
I appreciated your
Barkatu.
I do apologise. I believe someone is speaking without a microphone, so we really can't hear him up in the booth. We do apologise.
He's speaking in Euskera.
I don't know.
He
I think he's speaking in Basque, but that's a problem. But he's also not speaking with a microphone, which is more of a problem because we can't actually hear what he's saying, I'm afraid.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So what did you want?
Bueno, yo solo quería decir...
Well, I just wanted to say that my wish, or any wishes, or doubts, or things that you liked, or things that you didn't like, you will have a chance to talk about them, to express them. It says he's not the person... Well, the microphone's just been switched off.
Past 12, here again.
Egunon berriro, bigarren bilkura honetara eta hiri demokratikoa.
So welcome to this global forum on direct democracy and local participation and global coexistence. And with this, we're going to start the second plenary session. When I was asked to chair, the first question I asked myself was if ever in my life I had ever been on a panel with 4 women. And the answer was no, I'd never actually been chairing a panel with 4 women. And so people might be asking me what I'm doing here. But I think that the organisation had a lot to think about. And so I'm going to chair this panel, this session, and I'm very happy to be doing it.
So we have already been talking, these 4 ladies and myself. First of all, they will be speaking for 5 minutes, each of them. They have already given a headline to me about their presentations. That headline will be a little bit the summary of the message they want to convey. Then there will be questions and answers. And then there will be a third opportunity for them to reply. And then if we have the time, I'm trying to respect the timetable, there will be a final question for each of them. So I am going to introduce the different speakers. And we start with the more distant location. I mean, with the speaker, with Grace Liu, who comes from the US. Grace Liu works as manager in the administration department of neighbors or neighborhoods in Los Angeles. She will be telling us about their experience. An initiative that was born in 1999 in the charter of the city of LA with the participation of 1,800 people, volunteers. You can learn about it on the internet, but we have the great chance to have her here. So she will be talking about these councils to promote innovation in the government. Grace, you only have 5 minutes.
I talk really fast, so this will hopefully be easier. So I talked a little bit about neighborhood councils at the beginning. I want you to know that this was not something that city government wanted in 1999. This is something that the people of Los Angeles wanted, and they voted it in and changed the city charter on that. So it was an experiment that was supposed to be 1 year in terms of folks thinking in the city how long it would actually last. We're actually celebrating those 15-year anniversary of neighborhood councils just in a few weeks of the first neighborhood councils that are certified. I want to say too that when I say they're elected officials, they're actually, I don't want you to think that they're like government officials. These are just everyday people who are stepped up into their communities and want to take on understanding the government better. And it is quite complex in terms of the learning curve. I always say it takes about a year to get the basics of understanding how the city works, but they serve for 2 to 4 years, and they are comprised of everybody in the community, as I mentioned before, but not only folks who are citizens or documented, but also undocumented, also people who have criminal backgrounds who normally wouldn't be able to participate in such a system, a government system. They are welcomed in the neighborhood councils. We are here to neighborhood councils break stereotypes of government in terms of how we work with everyday people. And I actually brought a few of our little knickknacks to kind of show, and I'll pass it around and you can feel free to take one. But we do things like this because in stereotypes of government, what we found with the government and the public is that when we ask them, what do you think about them? What do you think about government? People think, oh, whether they're lazy, they're ignorant about how things work, they don't listen, they're angry. But then when we ask what's the stereotype of the public, people often say the same thing. And so the first thing we try to do is break stereotypes by doing something that's kind of unconventional in terms of our pins. Our logo is empower yourself, empower your community, empower LA, and I'll say that, once you can do that, you can empower the world. So if the work that neighborhood councils do, I say, is innovative and makes government innovative. It's just a few things, and this, so hard to summarize in 5 minutes, so I really encourage you to go to our website, empowerla.org, to find out more about us. But just some of the things that they've done is online voting for their neighborhood council elections. We're the first folks to test it in California to this degree. Online signatures for all contracts and leases in terms of them working and making government more efficient. Civic University, where they take everyday folks to learn about how the city processes work. Civic Youth, which is actually capturing the youth and taking them on this journey of how the city works and how their voice counts too. And in each of those, we consider gender equity as a very important milestone to meet because the neighborhood council system is 42% women, and we think that that's important to actually try to strive to 50%. It's actually higher than what the city level of elected officials is at, which is at actually out of 18 seats that for the public officials, there's only one that's a woman, and so they're actually setting the bar in terms of creating gender equity. The other things that we're talking about in terms of being innovative and connecting with the people at both low tech and high tech, and so we're looking at creating standards of civic engagement for city departments. So just like could be like a bronze, silver, gold, or platinum standard, how can we create such a standard so that city governments understand how to properly engage and get participation from the public? Because we think that often cities don't have that education. The government officials don't have education beyond doing a posting, a newsletter, a social media blast. It's a one-way conversation. We want to create that sustained dialogue that goes beyond a few town halls. So how do we educate the government to do that? And the other thing we're looking at is a gaming app. 1 minute. A gaming app, and it's actually like Pokemon Go, but it is about civic engagement. How do we create badges of achievement just on your phone? Like if you do even if you do like a cultural walk, and that's sponsored by the city, or you can have a virtual reality mayor pop up and you get your location, talks to you about the location, what you can do with planning and land use in this location, how do we do job creation in this location, things like that I think neighborhood councils are really pushing Los Angeles government to try. So definitely think outside the box when you think about direct democracy and how we can participate at every level. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Great. Vamos a continuar con María Basilako.
Let's continue with Maria Vasilako. I don't know if I pronounced it well. Deputy Mayor and Deputy Governor in the city of Vienna, Executive Councillor for Urban Planning, Transport, Energy, Citizen Engagement. How many hours do you work per day? 24 hours? Are they enough for you? As a deputy mayor since the year 2010, that is when the Green Party arrived in power, and she will be telling us that participation is already a concept from the past. We need to take a step forward in the empowerment of our citizens so as to keep on designing better cities in the future. Whenever you want. Maria is also somebody very engaged with different causes, such as refugees, and she's very courageous. Yes, in their city they are very courageous from now till the year 2025. I think they want to reduce also vehicles vehicle traffic by 20%, and there have been certain controversial measures around traffic lights. So whenever you want, Mariah, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes is not so much time, so I thought I will be focusing a little bit on the experiences of the last 5 years that we've had in Vienna. I will be talking a little bit about what worked well and also about what did not work so well. And let me get started. Now, I do not want to repeat why I believe that, citizens' participation and also engaging into direct democratic processes is very important. I will just tell you that the city of Vienna has been engaging into participatory processes for the last 20 years. And on really different issues and on different levels. But it is only in the last 5 years that we took the decision that we need a master plan on participation. That means we need clear rules, and we have to agree upon when, how, and who is to be taking place, is to be part of participatory processes. As you might imagine, it took us about 5 years to develop these rules, to discuss these rules. We actually discussed them as well in a participatory processes, because you could never develop participatory rules without engaging people into this discussion process. And now the master plan on participation is going to be passed by the City Council, I hope, in a few days actually. We have next week our City Council meeting. These rules, though, correspond mainly to participatory processes that have to do with developing new city parts, renewing old city parts, and redeveloping public space, revitalizing public space, which means as well that when, for instance, we redesign a street, take the cars out and see to it that we develop maybe a pedestrian zone, maybe shared space, these are processes where we actually actively engage citizens in. But they do not yet correspond to each and every issue of whatever it is that the city has to decide upon. So I would like you to understand that we are also in the middle of a process of learning how to apply participation on the basis of very concrete rules on different kinds of policies that are needed in order to manage a city. Now, what has worked well is, once again, in the last years, such projects. And I have a few examples, but I will briefly account for 3 of them. And if you want more details, you can ask me later on. Now, we had a huge controversy, for instance, when trying to develop our largest and longest shopping street into a pedestrian zone. We ended up by taking a test phase where we took the cars out and we let people experience what it feels like when the cars are not there. And after about 6 months of this test phase, we had even a referendum, which was won by a small margin, but we were able to win it. And I can say at this point that this referendum had a positive result because of the test phase and because of giving the people the opportunity to experience how it would be when the cars were not there anymore. What I would also like to point out is that designing, the overall design of this shopping street, which is now a pedestrian zone and shared space, we did this by engaging people in a process that took us about 2 years. So we asked everybody that lived there in the neighborhood. We collected their needs. We had a questionnaire to every household. We had a container on the street asking people who were using the street every day in order to find out what the needs are, in order, once again, to arrive at a collective design, let's put it this way. But still we had huge controversy, so we had to have the referendum in the end. One second best practice that I would like to point out, and this is actually my main point, I think that participatory processes are in terms of asking people what their needs are, in terms of letting them develop specific designs together with administration, are for me something that is actually, there is no other way to do it nowadays. But I think that we have to take the next step and move towards co-creation. What I mean is giving people direct possibilities to design small pieces of the neighborhoods themselves. So one good practice that we have in Vienna for the last 2 years is that we have small subsidies of about 4,000 to maximally 8,000 euros, and every citizen who has a good idea, or a citizen group, of how to transform a little corner in their neighborhood can have this subsidy. There is only one condition: it has to be open to everybody, and of course it has to provide free access. You do not have to pay in order to use it. And it works very well. This way we have been able up to now to transform, in a sense, about 120 neighborhoods already. Yes, so I will stop here, and I will just let you know that there are things that do not work, as I said once again. So we have been experiencing many problems when it comes to referenda concerning, for instance, issues that are not allowed for by constitution. And later on, if there's a possibility, I will come to talk on this again. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, María. Y continuamos con Gabia Will.
Thank you. Now Rabia Willers, who comes from Strasbourg. She works in the Democratic Governance Department of the Council of Europe. They are developing the Global Forum or World Forum for Democracy, a very important forum in terms of democracy. And I think that this is one of their main ideas. Innovation is very important for them too. They have also implemented a participatory democracy incubator, the goal of which is to strengthen citizen participation in European cities. Also, she used to work in the Council of Europe, and she was a research assistant in Participedia.net, a platform to exchange data about democratic innovations. Rabia is going to be talking about the Global Forum for Democracy and their participatory democracy incubator, building an alliance of innovators for more inclusive and participatory governance. Thank you very much, Rabia, whenever you want.
And thank you very much for having me here today. It's really a pleasure to present the work of the Council of Europe in the field of democratic innovation. And to be more precise, I'm going to present the results of the World Forum for Democracy, which is an annual event that actually took place last week in Strasbourg. And out of this World Forum for Democracy, we have developed an incubator for participatory democracy in cities. So the World Forum for Democracy brings together democracy innovators from all over the world with political decision makers. And the aim of the forum is to mainstream democracy innovation and contribute towards a shift of democracy from representation to increased participation of citizens. There are about 2,000 participants at the forum each year, ranging from academics, civil society activists and journalists to politicians and public officials. So, as I said already, the World Forum for Democracy 2016 took place last week, and it dealt with how education for democracy can help bridge social divides. So each year the forum has a different focus or a different theme. In order to reach out and to include the broadest range of democracy innovators from all over the world, there's each year an open call for organizations and institutions to apply to present their ideas and projects in the forum's labs. These ideas are then critically assessed by an interdisciplinary panel of discussants in the labs. So let me share with you very briefly the results of this year's forum. Since the focus was very much on education for democracy, we found out that collaborative democracy in the 21st century requires also a collaborative learning environment based on creating knowledge together instead of competing against each other. Basically, democracy can be seen as knowledge in action, and the best way to teach young people democracy is to give them real political decision-making power right from the beginning, so basically in the schools already. Therefore, one conclusion was also that we need more democratic schools. One of the most important conclusions of the forum that runs basically through all editions of the forum that we have organized so far since 2012 is that only through a connection or a better connection between democracy innovators that work very often on a grassroots level with political institutions, a real systemic change can happen. So this is what came out of all the different forum editions of the 5 years, and as a result, we have been asking ourselves, how can we better support these democratic innovators throughout the year, going beyond the annual forum event? So our second question was then, which political decision makers would be most inclined to pick up these progressive ideas for a renewal of democracy? And the answer was actually quite clear to us, because most of these democratic changes are actually happening on the city level. So we think that is partly because elected decision makers in cities are closer to the citizen, but also very often they have this hands-on mentality. They are quite progressive and open to new ideas to get things done in the city. So we thought that was a perfect mix to implement these democracy innovations that were presented at the different forum editions. And this is why we have developed an incubator for participatory democracy in cities to bring together political decision makers in cities with these grassroots democracy innovators. So the incubator supports the best online and offline initiatives that were presented at the forum editions and that contribute to the redistribution of political power towards citizens to ensure the broadest possible citizen participation in the city's decision-making procedures. For example, the following cities are members of the incubator, for example, Amsterdam, Bolton, Bonn, Ghent, Lisbon, Lublin, Madrid, but of course also San Sebastian, who actually joined us, representatives from San Sebastian joined us also last week for our incubator meeting, which took place in the context of the forum. So we are happy that already, since the incubator is a quite new project, it was only established in 2015, but we see that the interest from cities is there to join and to pick up these democracy innovations on the grassroots level. So when cities join the incubator, we ask them to complete an index for participatory democracy, which is basically a tool of self-assessment, evaluating the structures of citizen participation in the city. And on the basis of the index results, we then send them a report with best practice examples on how to improve the weak points in the city and how to further develop their structures for citizen participation. So at this year's meeting of the incubator, we were focusing on a couple of very pressing and specific challenges for the cities, namely how to increase the number and the diversity of participants in online and offline projects of citizen participation, how to create strategies to improve or to develop a political culture of participation in the city, and how to better develop a collective support structure for democratic innovators, and how to better connect the different cities so that they can share their experiences and best practices. So the next steps of the incubator are, and these steps were defined by all the different members of the incubator. The next steps would be that we would like to implement different projects in cities. This could go, for example, happen through study visits in cities, that we have a matchmaking between democracy innovators and cities, and we bring the democracy innovators to cities. Secondly, we want to advance the knowledge in the field. So what kind of initiatives and projects are out there? What are the cities already doing? And also we want to create like a business case to include more cities in this work and to develop our idea further and attract more also political decision makers to pick up these ideas. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Roya. Bueno, y en último lugar, quizás por cercanía también geográfica.
And last but not least, Duñique Aguirre Zabalaga, City Councillor, Council responsible for districts and decentralization, civic stewardship, equality and cooperation. Yes, the municipality of San Sebastian. I come from the city hall in Vitoria. We have very good relations between Vitoria and San Sebastian. And I know that they are making huge efforts in terms of participation. Democracy for her should be a process of evolution and constant adaptation, and also an education process for all of us in all the different fields. Duñique, whenever you want. Thank you very much also for letting me be here and to share with you what we are doing. Yes, democracy should be a process of updating, revising, revision, because we all have to be ready to change the regulations maybe we had until this moment. Yes, we need to change even how we relate with each other, how we relate with political representatives. Yes, between politicians and citizens, well organized or not organized, because there are many citizens who maybe are not in organizations but who want to get engaged. And also, you know, the relationship with those who are rendering public services, who implement the orders from politicians but who are also related to citizens. And I think that, and I am talking about constant adaptation because situations differ, they are different, they evolve, they change. And therefore, we need to be ready to adapt to those modifications. Before we were saying that sometimes society is ahead from politicians, from politics, and sometimes the other way around. There are many imbalances, and that is why we need communication so as to detect which is the situation for each of us. And I am talking about a process of education. We all have something to learn from each other. Each of us have our own experience, which is important. And I am talking about education, about training, because we can have many degrees and we can know a lot of theory, but then we need to be able to put that into practice and implement those ideas. Sometimes we are very passionate, and sometimes it is hard to find that balance between knowledge and passion. And I think that politics also need to find an equilibrium and that balance, but not only in politics, citizens too. We all are part of this learning process. We all need each other, and that is the first idea. A politician cannot do things well if he or she is not able to listen to citizens. But citizens need to listen to politicians too. Very often we talk about representation. Where does it start? Where does it finish? We talk a lot about engagement and participation. Even, you know, the terms and the terminology, sometimes we can be using the same term, but with different ideas. What I mean is that all of us need to be democratic, to try and be more and more democratic, and we have to start at home. We cannot be a slave driver at home and then go out and ask for freedom. So we need to change our attitude. It is easy to talk, but then we need to implement things and put them into practice. And I was the chance to be with Rabea last week in the Council of Europe, and it is true that it was thrilling to see so many young people, how concerned they are, how enthusiastic they are. But I think that innovation, as she was saying, is a huge challenge, maybe in societies which are getting older, where we are aging with aging population, when we are afraid to change because sometimes we don't want to change our roles. But you know that certain roles are going to have a change in the future, and that is another balance we need to identify between participatory processes, representative processes, direct democracy, indirect democracy, but we also need to put into value the work and the process.
Now, with regard to San Sebastian, I can say that we've been working on this for the last 20 years as a result of a regulation, which was a bit of an experiment for everyone. But it was something that we had to do not just for citizens, and in our relationship with citizens, but it was a process we had to go through internally as well. We had to understand that we had to work differently. We had to take up new challenges. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And I would also like to say that we politicians, we need to be ready to assume these changes and make these changes. And political parties have to be convinced that this is the way to go. Because in this country, at least, the political parties seem to be the only instrument of democracy. And I think that that's something that we could all talk about as well. We need to make sure that individual interests, often we use them to attract participation and engagement, but I think we also have to put on the table general interests as well, not just personal interests. The common good, because we all form part of society and the common good is for all of us. And I think this could be an interesting way to go, especially when there are differences of opinion and we want to make sure that these differences don't separate or divide society, but actually help us to build bridges. Because there are people who are outside the system, and we have to make sure that all of those people who are outside the system can access the system and can actually form part of it. And I think that now we're at a moment in time in which politics likes to use very short, catchy slogans, almost like advertising slogans. Often these slogans are pretty scary, and they incite fear purposefully, and I think this is actually very, very negative. And I think it's coming up with some unexpected majorities in the world. This is what we can see. And if we want to move forward towards freedom and human rights, we need to be alert to this. But we can't give up. We can't lose optimism. And we have to understand that from the small areas, from local councils, from small organizations, from small cities, we can, little by little, change the world. Because I think this is important. We have to talk about experiences, practical experiences, because that's really what's going to help. Often we talk for a long time about theoretical debates, and it's important to have these theoretical debates. I don't deny it. But I think what really helps is to have small-scale practical experiences so that we can learn real lessons from real situations so that next time we can do things better. So that's really all from me for the moment, at least. And I think perhaps we should pass the floor over to the public and to our chair.
Donique.
Thank you very much, Donique. Well, after we will be offering you a second chance to talk as well. I don't know if any of you want to go into more detail. But in addition to that, Rabia said something that I think is worth remarking on. One of the weaknesses that has been detected has to do with the number and the quality of participation itself, the number of people who participate. I think this is something that concerns a lot of us who work in public administration. We all say that we're fostering citizen engagement, but is our citizens actually engaging? Are we creating a new citizen elite or an elite group within citizens because they're the only ones that participate? Donique has said that perhaps the idea is to reach out to people who don't have a voice, who don't have channels to access us at the moment. That's the most important thing. And I think young people are another source of concern. Young people are participating. They're doing it often through the social media. I don't know, in each of your particular contexts, I don't know, are you finding similar problems in your different contexts? But what would be the minimum requisites? What requisites need to be met before we can actually say that citizens are actually participating? What would be the minimum requirements?
I do think the one good thing about being at a forum like this is that we realize that we're all facing very much the same challenges in terms of participation. And that's why I think it's very important to, like I said, think outside the box, have a variety of ways to engage that's not only high-tech, because I think the high-tech is going to probably capture the youth, and more likely to, at least. And having things like online voting, that type of participation is also very important, because we have to go where the people are. A lot of times we expect folks to come to City Hall on a work day at a certain time. They can't, they have kids, they have life, it's hard for them to get to. And we have to be flexible. So flexibility and having a variety of ways to engage is totally crucial. And also having that basic understanding that not everyone is going to engage. I think maybe you will set yourself up for some disappointment. There are just some folks that, just don't want to be involved, and that's their choice. But I think with direct democracy, we use like these big words and terms, but in essence, it comes down to an individual in the public thinking, do I matter? Does my voice count? If I wanted to participate, would I have that avenue to do so? And that's what I think in government we have to have those basic standards to address those questions.
Well, I'll try to postulate a few do's and don'ts. I would say, do go where people are, and ask them directly what their needs are. For example, do place a container on a busy street and ask people who are passing by on different times of day and throughout several weeks. Then you have several groups participating and letting you know what they need. Do not engage into yes or no questionnaires. Do engage into qualitative questionnaires where you ask people what they need. Once again, you can send them to every household, and then you have all different types of needs, and then it's your job to put all these things together. Do engage into test phases. Like I mentioned before, take out the cars and let people experience the street, for instance, in a different manner, because then you have young people and you have families experiencing it in another way. And these are exactly the people who are going to fear that they will lose what they have gained. So this is one way to encourage them to participate when a questionnaire is sent out where ultimately you may have to ask yes or no, but actually try avoiding asking yes or no questions as long as possible. And then one last thing, do protect fees and do protect the rights of minorities. I really believe that you cannot have old people voting if children should be allowed to play within a neighborhood. So maybe there are some issues that are not so suitable for direct democracy.
Gabriel?
Yes, we were actually also debating exactly about this topic during our last incubator meeting, and it was funny because one participant said that if you think you have included the hard-to-reach citizens in your activity, they were probably not really hard to reach. So I think many cities share the sentiment that usually the same citizens participate in their activities. And what came out of our meeting was basically that the participants suggested to identify multipliers in the neighborhood. So if the citizens don't come to you, as Maria was also saying, you have to go to the neighborhoods where the citizens that usually do not participate live, identify people that are actively involved in this neighborhood, and in this way try to include more citizens and also make these participation activities like fun and attractive. Don't have like formal, I mean, citizen participation or direct democracy must not always have the form of like formal meetings of people debating. It could also be like a festival with food or drinks or so. Also, I mean, making these opportunities more attractive. And then another possibility would be to have randomly selected citizens' juries. You take like a micro-public of the city population, and in this way try to include a more diverse set of citizens in the decision-making process.
Doñique?
Well, I think it's quite clear here the importance of the little details, the small details, in order to make sure that participation is positive and actually works. And these small details, the devil's in the details, really, as the saying goes. It's important how we put out the call, how we identify those people who should be participating, what the limits of the process are. If people who are participating, they need to understand very clearly what they're doing, why they're participating, what the limits are to their participation. Because I think what we should never do is generate false hope and false expectations. That's something we should avoid at all costs. And then diversity is another issue. How can we make sure that diversity is well represented? Often we talk about the number of people who are participating rather than the quality of the representation of the people who are participating. It's not the same to have 200 people participating in a meeting, but if 100 of them come from the same organization and have the same purposes, then we have a whole different range of different people who come from different organizations with different interests. It's very, very different. It's not just about quantity, it's about quality as well. We have to reflect diversity, and all of these things are very important things to bear in mind. Sometimes we talk about working online, so that people can express themselves online. They can, but this works in some cases, but it doesn't work for all cases. When we're talking about collective construction, we believe that the different opinions of people need to sit down together. They need to see each other face to face. They need to be taken out of their comfort zone to a certain extent, because if we want to change something, then we have to evolve. We all have to evolve. We all have to compromise to a certain extent. We all have to make sacrifices so that we can all move together, working together. Another thing that is often said is that working on the basis of what joins us rather than on the basis of what divides us. We have to kind of come together, and the cross-cutting nature of everything as well. It's not just one department. It's not the department of citizen engagement. We should use engagement. Engagement should be cross-cutting, should be mainstreamed in everything that we do. It's something that it touches on many, many different issues. And one thing that we've done here in San Sebastian, we've had very short processes. For example, the design of a tour around the city, or different issues related to mobility. But for example, there is another issues. For example, the critical map of the city, trying to identify those areas where women feel unsafe because they are women outside on the streets. We've worked with many, many different departments, not just one department. We've been working for 2 years at least. It's a difficult, complex issue that you can't solve overnight. You have to constantly think and rethink everything that you're doing. And what we thought, and we were very clear about maybe 2 years ago, we've actually had to rethink and we've had to improve it. So it's a process, it's an open process that is, you build it as you go. So as I said, the devil's in the detail. The little things can help you improve the big things.
Bueno, sí o sí, 4-0.
Thank you very much. We have to go out of our local councils. We have to go out of our council buildings and go out and find citizens. I think that's very, very clear. Okay, we're going to open a Q&A session now. Perhaps we can collect up all the questions together, and then our speakers can answer them all together as well, just to save time. So I would ask you all to be precise and brief and clear so that we can respond to as many questions as possible. So if you want to ask a question, please stand up and we will pass you the mic.
Junova from Bulgaria. I was, because always a gender equity sensitive person, was asking myself why so many women on this panel. Of course, the chair is a man. But you ladies are active on the local level, which takes a lot of practical work. And this is the answer I have given myself, that you are not only theoreticians, but also doers. And I will also, because of that, I would like to ask some practical questions. As far as I know, there is term limits for the city councillors and mayor probably of Los Angeles, like in many other cities and on a state level. And this is the result of the last 20 years, a movement for limiting the terms of our politicians in power. But it was a very controversial democratic revolution, if we can put it this way. So, Gracie, what is your personal opinion of how these term limits have affected the work of the city councillors and other people that are term limited on the local level? And one more question to Ms. Aguirre-Zalaga, if I pronounced it all right. I first congratulate you on being I think the one person who responded to what we saw yesterday in front of the City Hall. Because there was a protest there. And since you are a pioneering city in participation, providing ways for citizens to participate, what particular ways of participation did you provide for the people? Because I understood from what you said that they had no reason to be there. I understand that there were avenues for participation to discuss these. I understand these are two big infrastructure projects about the underground metro and also an incinerator. Maybe I'm not right. But did people in San Sebastian participate, and how did you do that? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. On term limits, I'm torn because I understand the importance of having someone who understands the system, and because there is such a high learning curve, sometimes I talk in neighborhood councils. Some neighborhood councils, they're self-governing independent. So some neighborhood councils have put in term limits for their board members, and some haven't. The ones that put in the term limits, their reasoning is, as you would expect, they want fresh blood. They want sustainability in terms of having new ideas come on, and giving the opportunity for a new generation to come in and govern and change things up. And then those who don't want term limits, there's a couple of reasons. There's those that want to stay in power, and they're career politicians or career neighborhood council board members, and that's happened in our neighborhood council system, or it is because of the people wanting folks who understand how to do things. For me, I would rather focus on simplification of processes as much as possible, and having term limits only because I do see it as a way to engage youth and new people into the government system.
Repito que igual mejor hacemos todas las preguntas y vamos contestando.
So if I can say again, perhaps we could just collect up all the questions and then we can answer them all together. Sí, yo soy Nick.
To say that to Maria Veselaco, we are following your example, and the city of Paris has just started having a citizens' budget where projects are voted by anyone who lives in Paris, no matter the nationality or their age. And we have dozens of thousands of people who are voting for a total budget of 100 million euros per year, for projects going from 5,000 euros to 12 million. So we are following your example. It started 2 years with a small budget and it's growing. And thanks for the initiative.
Más que una pregunta, lo que yo quisiera es una.
More than a question, what I'd like to clarify something. Ms. Dunique Arrizabalaga has been talking about the Council of Europe and Javier Vilas, and I know that many people confuse the Council of Europe and the European Council and all these different institutions. those of us here who are from Europe will perhaps understand the difference, but there are people here from America, from Asia, and perhaps they're not so familiar with these terms as we Europeans are. I would like, is it the Council of Europe, the European Council, and perhaps you can also explain the difference between these two institutions.
Ahora sí me voy a presentar, porque tengo el micro.
Okay, now I'm going to be heard, and I'm going to say who I am. My name is Rey Mendiburo. I come from I'm an urban architect, and I am the president of an urban organization here in the Basque Country. Now, the Basque Country has a very deep-rooted tradition of participation at all different levels, but in urban planning and in different levels as well, what we've seen over recent years is that participation is dropping. This is a problem that we've all detected, and it's happening to us as well. When it's a general plan and you have citizen participation, you realise that people, or the people that you want to participate don't participate, or the people that you think should be participating. So you do this planning, the participatory process. We've actually held a referendum in some smaller municipalities about certain plans, but you get the sensation, you get the feeling at the end of it that there aren't people, the people simply aren't there. And in the neighbourhood level, the same thing's happening. We're doing all this work, we're trying to involve people, engage people, but there's something missing. I don't know which one of our speakers it was, 3 foreign speakers. One of you said we have to democratize politicians. The politicians should be the ones who have to actually go out onto the street, who get more involved. Because as citizens or as planners, we don't have that capacity. Politicians are the ones that have to be more democratic in the way that they work. And to make all this a reality, they say words, they say they participate, they say they want people to participate, they're saying they're handing things over to and giving mechanisms to citizens, but it's actually politicians that need to use these mechanisms in order to encourage more and more people to participate so that things can be more democratic.
Hello. My name is Ellie, and I'm mostly based in Athens, where I think what has been suggested is not so common yet. So my question is, how could the Athens Council be invited to participate perhaps in programs that you have, or somebody of you could introduce best practices to places that don't usually subscribe to them? Thank you.
I have a question for Maria Vasilakou. I think you said that there are perhaps some issues that should not be made subject of direct democracy. I'd like to know, if that's true, who decides what these issues might be? And I might point out that Pericles of Athens is alleged to have said, although we may not be able to form a policy, we're all able to judge it.
Nicola, sono italo-basco, residente aquí de hace mucho.
Hello, I've been living in the Basque Country for a long time now, although I'm not originally from here. Now, there's something that I noticed in the first session, because we were talking about a dichotomy between representative and direct democracy and how we have to find a balance between these two almost opposing concepts. Now, this is the same. I've detected this attitude. Now, I know that in the case of San Sebastian, you have set in motion a process which reflects the complex situation we have in society at the moment. It's a complex participatory model. It's a model that doesn't simplify things so much, because things aren't simple. And I would like you to talk a little bit more about that, about how you articulate this, not just among politicians and officials, but this complex nature of the work that you carry out.
Thank you very much. This is a conference on democracy, so I am trying to speak this way and ask the question which I'm asking from everybody. who feels that could give an answer to this question. My name is Géza Tessény, and I came to talk to you tomorrow about public opinion platform in session 6 at 1 o'clock. What we experience in advancing this initiative is that one of our objectives is inclusive digital democracy. So my question would be, which we are really struggling with to answer, if anybody has an experience. As we have seen in case of Brexit referendum or the US elections, that you have a number of people who are not necessarily in the urban centers, who are not necessarily very apt in digital technologies. So when you are doing direct democracy initiatives, very often you end up with the geeks, with the young geeks, who are educated, who know how to deal with technology, etc. Is there any way to extend this circle from using the digital means which are essential, but reaching out to, let's say, rural, older populations, etc.? Is there any experience supporting this assumption that this is possible to do? Thank you.
¿Alguna pregunta más o...?
Are there any other questions or comments? Well, I think there were some direct questions, so perhaps we can start with those replies. We have Maria, I think Rabea as well, and Unique. There were some direct questions for you, so I don't know who wants to start.
Okay. Well, first of all, when it comes to Athens, I could actually think best answer this, since I am from Athens originally. So we have a collaboration between the city of Vienna and the city of Athens concerning several issues, and one part of this collaboration process concerns direct democracy and participation issues. So there will be some projects that we will be launching together, and that's all for now. And now I would like to answer the other question. Look, I think when it comes to basic civil rights and freedoms, and when it comes to minorities' rights, it gets very, very tough. Because what we do not want is a tyranny, I think it's called in English, of the majority. Right? Now, how do we solve this? I mean, if I had an answer to this, I would not be sitting here, you know? I would be somewhere else, I don't know. Yeah? So, but it is quite a tough issue, and I really think that we have to talk about this. This is maybe not so hard to solve when it comes to taxes and fees, but I would also like to tell you that, for instance, the Austrian constitution says that you're not allowed to have a referendum on taxes or fees. And I'm pretty much in favor it remains this way. Because people do not like paying for things, right? And if you ask me if I want to pay my parking fees, then I will tell you I do not. I realize that it is good if we do so, but I do not want to. So maybe in the end we all find out that the sum of individual interests does not necessarily correspond to common good each and every time. And now, it might be quite easy to solve when it comes once again to taxes and fees, where you say, you know, societies are in a learning process, and then you can ask these things, and then they will find out, for instance, that if they stop paying taxes, they will not have money to do other things that they need, and then they will find out that this is not such a good idea. But then think of what they will have destroyed up to then, right? When it comes to the social security net. And think of also people who are weak in an economical sense and who are dependent on the social security net. So actually experimenting on these things is also not such an easy thing to do. But still you could say, this is something, you know, this is a process and societies are to engage into this learning process. But when it comes to defending, once again, fundamental freedoms and civil rights, that other people have lost their lives so that we can live in freedom, then I'm not so much fond of experimenting. And I don't want to live in societies where we once again start voting, for instance, on women's rights. like it happened in Poland, okay, a few weeks ago. Maybe, and this is the last thing I want to say on this, maybe one way to solve this very, very tough dilemma is to also say that if you're to be asking people, then you should always ask who is affected directly, who profits out of a certain measure, and who loses, who has something to lose out of a certain measure. And then to not ask everybody, but to just ask the people who are directly affected. Okay? But then, this is also a very tough discussion. So whenever we start discussing rules, very precisely, we find out that we have a controversy on who is to ask, we have a controversy on what is to be asked, we have a controversy on when something has to be asked. Actually, we have a controversy from the very beginning until the very end. And I have made the experience that people right now are not willing, at least in Austria, to accept any kind of rule. You know, they want to be asked about everything, all the time, everybody, without any specific rules. Now, I can tell you, if we apply it this way, then we really end in a tyranny of the majority. And so, if we do not want to apply it this way, then we should actually have the guts to say what we do not want and how we do not want to have it applied.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to answer to the question regarding the Council of Europe. And, well, thank you very much for this question, because you're totally right. The Council of Europe is very often confused with the European Union. I did not go into detail at the beginning of my presentation because of this 5 minutes time limit, but the Council of Europe, to be very brief, is an international organization with 47 member states, including, for example, Turkey and the Russian Federation. It has been set up in 1949. It is not a part of the European Union, as I already said. The Council of Europe is a European standard setter in the fields of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And probably the best known institution within the Council of Europe framework is probably the European Court of Human Rights. So not to be confused with the institutions of the European Union, so thank you. Then regarding the question how Athens could join the incubator network, I mean, we would be very, very happy if Athens actually would join the network. And maybe regarding the procedure, when we launched this incubator project, we had issued an open call for cities to apply to join. And then we have selected a range of cities to have a diverse set of cities represented, like from very small cities to also like capital cities and very big cities. So we are still accepting, I mean, the incubator is really work in progress, and it's an ongoing movement or procedure or development. So maybe, I mean, if you want to reach out to your local authority in Athens, of course, I would be happy to send you more information about the incubator, and in this way we can connect there. What we then ask the city is to complete this participatory democracy index, so that we have a good overview of where the city stands, what it already does in the field of citizen participation. Then I also really like the question on inclusive digital democracy, because that is also a very big issue for us, as most or many of our democracy innovators use digital tools as well to connect to citizens. And I think it's a big challenge to reach out to people in rural areas. That's why we have deliberately not only included like big capital cities, but also very small cities with like 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 inhabitants. Because we totally agree that it's equally important to include them in these kind of initiatives as well. And I think digital democracy there provides a big opportunity. But at the same time, what we see as well is that there's, I think, a lack of knowledge about these opportunities, particularly among elderly people. And I think there it is crucial that not only on the local level, but then also on the national level, we invest more into education. And this is, of course, also what the forum was all about. And what we saw was really that there needs to be really the political will as well to include more citizens and to really also invest some like serious money into these kind of initiatives. So not only to raise awareness, but really to explore like new innovative initiatives to include more citizens from different layers or from different corners of society in these kind of projects. And I think digital means are a really good way forward.
I'm sorry, this is outside the procedure, but just to ask, did you come across any positive experience when they tried to reach out to the older people, etc., in rural areas? Okay, yes. Sorry, the question was outside the order, and I apologize. Is whether the Council of Europe or the participants of the last week's conference have come across any kind of success story in terms of reaching out to all the rural population in terms of exercising more participatory democracy.
Like one of the projects that was presented last week is called Civocracy. It's an online platform for digital participation. And they are basically a social startup, but they are working together with city governments. And there they really encourage the city government to have like campaigns and in this way raise awareness for the existence of this platform. I can't really give you like exact numbers now how many like elderly people, because I don't have the statistics right now, but I know that there are like some serious efforts in this regard. But then I would also like to go back to my initial suggestion to have a citizens jury, which is not necessarily a digital tool, but I think a very effective tool of including also elderly people in these processes, because there you have really a random selection of citizens which kind of mirrors the overall, mirrors basically the public or the population in the city or in the or in a respective area. And I think this is even at the place where we are currently, I think the citizens' jury, in my opinion, is probably there the most effective tool.
I'm just going to jump in on the tech question as well. You know, it kind of goes back to where we all kind of agreed was you need to go to where people are, and for me also have that range of tools. Can't just use one tool. So the tech tool may not necessarily work in certain areas, but I'll tell you that when we did online voting, we found for neighborhood council elections, we found that there were folks who were saying, "Oh, well, my community is not tech." And I have an elder community building that none of them, like the 200 or so people in there, know how to do any of this online stuff. That's ridiculous. Well, there is a transition period. You have to always have a transition period. So we did have paper too. We did have that, but we also innovated and did what we call pop-up polls, where we literally took two computers and two people and sent them to those locations. And we actually went into the elder complex and we helped vote people. And some of them, don't stereotype the elderly as being not non-tech, because some of them are like, this is fun, and just and I know my mom uses more cell phone apps than I do. So I think the thing is to remember, just again, have all the different types of tools, but you must invest. You must invest in the resources to have the training, education, and also invest the time frame, because to do all this inclusiveness, you must put more time into the process, because while digital may be faster in one area, you still need to go out and do that, knocking door-to-door type of situation too. So you must have all those tools.
Bueno, un poco yo creo que haciendo referencia a la primera pregunta.
Going back to the first question from my Bulgarian colleague, we have always had channels of participation for those people who were demonstrating there. Yes, I think that they were coming from two political parties represented in the city hall. So they have their own representatives in the city hall. They have political representatives. Well, I imagine that maybe there were also citizens who maybe were not linked to those political parties, but the channels are there. Those channels do, and I don't want to speak only about local things, those channels are there because, well, for instance, we are talking about a train, and then there the government involved is the Basque government and not the local government, but there we are talking about people who are maybe suffering from the works concerning that high-speed train, and those were the ones who were there. Well, I don't want to mix things, and I don't want to be on either one side nor the other. The debate is there, and we are talking about public investment, public money, and there are certain people who think that we need to establish priorities. So, I mean, people can disagree with our political opinions. Of course, they have the right to express themselves and to demonstrate against. And something else, which is another topic, is how to manage wastes. Yes, waste management, that has been an issue in many other European cities. Incineration, yes or not. And sometimes it is true that the most important thing is to know that we are generating too much waste. But I think that that is not only a local debate for this city hall, but something that goes beyond, because competencies or the power is not exclusive for us for the city hall. And there were also other petitions of consultations. And it is true that the participation channels for those people and for those movements are the sectorial councils that we have in the city. Councils that meet together, where they debate, where there are technical meetings, and there have been conferences and meetings organized. And I think that in the city there is quite a lot of freedom. It has been said, it is true, this is controversial, but I think that we have to keep on learning. We need to know about how to dialogue, how to establish debates, and how to respect each other's. And I think that, sure, I think it is very well for people to demonstrate or to go out in the street to say that they are against government's decisions. But the government does not have to generate false expectations. Sometimes topics such as those ones were in the electoral program, but that is like that. It is true that sometimes in political parties, inside political parties, there are different opinions. But this topic, this issue, wastes, comes from, a long time ago. Before, in the electoral programs, it was different, but lately, political parties have their own position, and then people go and vote. And I know that then we don't vote for 100% of the things that come in the political programs, but right now there is a majority in the city hall, and that is the balance and the equilibrium we need to reach. And I am not saying that we always need to be for what the government says, not at all, but there are channels to express ourselves and to try and generate debate. But yesterday, as I said, it is not just a question of yelling or shouting when there is a participatory process, and then when my version wins, is successful, or sometimes we win and sometimes we lose, and this does not mean that in San Sebastian we do everything well. No, we have many things to improve. We are not perfect. That is where we all are, and the most important thing is for each of us to be able to express ourselves through different channels. And then talking about social movements. Social movements in the city are deeply rooted. There is a long tradition. We have many different movements. RISE integrated within a neighborhood association, but there are sports, cultural, environmental associations, associations for women, for young people. And we have advisory councils for women, for education, for Basque language, for sport, for mobility, culture, the environment. Right now, we are also working with the elderly citizens so that they can also get involved in decision making, and we are still making progress. We have a website, there are subsidies, there is a registry for associations, there is a direct relationship with all the different technicians. For instance, in the participation department, yes, each of them have territorial divisions in the city and they know with whom they need to talk or be in relationship. We also have a mobile app to try and give quick replies and reply to demands. Citizens may have many little things, but to try and reply to RAI. Yes, it is true that there are many people participating in the different areas of the city. We need to keep involving more new people. We could keep talking for the whole day. I think that all this has generated a lot of expectation. Yes, what is being done in Vienna, in LA, the Council of Europe, here, what is being done here in San Sebastian. We have common problems, but there are also good practices to learn from each other. So thank you, Maria, Rabea, Zunique, and Grace. Thank you to all of you, and let's keep on working.
Yes, thank you very much for this very interesting panel. I would like to ask the next panel to come up directly now. We have one panel before the lunch. I would also like to announce that before we go to lunch, we will have a short presentation of the workshops this afternoon. As you know, it will be much more active, interactive, so have a look already on the titles of the workshops. And before we go to lunch, I will present you the workshop leaders. So please, the panelists of the next panel.
Bueno, egunon, pasamos al siguiente.
So let's continue with the third panel that I'm going to be moderating. We're going to be talking about direct democracy as a human right, as a universal right. Representation and participation, developing rules and regulations for direct democracy, and participation in building these rules and regulations. And to do so, we have Fabian Reitinger, who is an advisor at Baden-Württemberg for the government. We also have Jung Ok Lee from Korea, professor of sociology in the Catholic University, who has been participating in many different networks in Asia. We also have Forfiu Liao from Taiwan, professor at the Oxford University in the Legal Institute of the Scenic Academy in Taiwan, a member of the Democratic Foundation in Taiwan. And we also have Fernando Pindado, who comes from Barcelona, who is manager for citizen engagement, expert in citizen participation, and author of many different publications. He's been working at advising institutions such as the FEMP, the governments in Catalonia, and he has been working with many different city halls all over Spain, and he has been working with us also for many years. And I would like to say thank you to Fernando. And by my side, Coldo Santiago, who is a law professor at the University of the Basque Country, and he also works at the Spanish court for the last 10 years. So welcome all of you. So first 5 minutes for each of you so that you can share with us some ideas. What is the most important thing for you in terms of participation?
June Oakley, como hemos empezado antes también de más lejos a más cerca. Forfiu Liao. Okay, yes.
Thank you, lady chairperson, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleasure to be here to have 5 minutes to present my ideas. Because I'm a law professor and I am a lawyer as well, so I have speaking on the angle of legal views. And in my view, if direct democracy can be a right or universal right, that should be focused on 4 dimensions. I will speak on. The first one is about a constitutional referendum, and it should be focusing on the 2 issues. The first one is that the Constitution should guarantee direct democracy. And the second one is that perhaps constitutional referendum itself should go to the people that who can decide whether we have a new constitutional amendments. And perhaps I will give you some experience that we have in Taiwan. As we have a constitution in 1946. And it is a very early one. And in that original text, Article 17 of the Constitution is guaranteed that the people shall have the right of election, recall, initiative, and a referendum. It's a very early one. And we also have new amendments of the Constitution, articles to the Constitution. In 2005, that we put some new amendments to the Constitution. And it says that if some amendments of the Constitution and the alternation of the national territory should go for referendum, but it is a very high standard to pass the referendum. It asks the number of the variable voters in favor of exists 1/2 of the total number of electors. It's not counted on the turnout rate. It has to pass half of all the electors. Yeah. So it's very difficult to pass the gate. And we have some, and so far after 2005, unfortunately, it is very difficult to pass. So there is no referendum in the constitutional amendment at all. Yeah. And the second level that I should mention is that about a national referendum. As I mentioned, in the original text of the Taiwanese Constitution, we have the right to election, initiative, and referendum. But we have another article that says that the exercise of the rights of initiative and referendum should be prescribed by law, and this law was not enacted until 2003. And after 2003, we have a Referendum Act. And it says that the referendum include the national one and the local ones. And for the national referendum, it should apply to the following matters. First, referendum of laws. Second, initiative of legislative principles. And third, initiative of referendum of important policies. And fourth, referendum for amendment of the Constitution. But no proposal of referendum may be raised for any matters regarding budgeting, taxation, investment, salary, and personnel affairs. And this Referendum Act also asks for very high standard to pass. Now I will call it half to 50% to pass the referendum. The first 50% is that we need more than 50% of electors to turn out to vote. And then the other 50% is that you have to more than 50% who agree on this referendum proposal. And since I'm sorry, no, 50%. The second 50% is that who tend to vote. More than 50% of people who tend to vote. And since 2004, we have 6 proposals for referendum, but unfortunately, they were all unsuccessful because the first 50%. Yeah, because some political party will resist to the referendum. They call the voters not to turn out. So the reason that all the six proposal was not successful, were not successful, is because of the turnout rate. We did not have a turnout rate of more than 50 because some resistant to join the referendum. And the third level I will speak on is about a local referendum. As I said, that we have a Referendum Act. It's also focusing on local ones. And for local referendum, it should apply to the following matters. First, reference of the laws and the regulation on local autonomy. And second, initiative of the legislative principles for the laws and the regulation on local autonomy. And third, initiative or reference of the important policy regarding the local autonomy. And also, after 2004, we have 4 local referendums, and one is about to reducing the teaching loading of teachers, and 3 about the legalization of casino in official islands. And with the 3 legalization of casinos, in fact, 2 were unsuccessful, but one really passed. But for the one that passed the referendum, there are no further developments for the local government to establish casino or to allow casino to establish. Yeah. And the last one and the fourth dimension is last I should have mentioned it, because the first 3 dimensions are guaranteed by domestic laws, of course, including constitutional law and the general laws. And the last one I should emphasize is about international law. As we know that the common Article 1 of the International Covenant on the Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights guarantee the right to self-determination. And it says, all people have the right of self-determination. By virtue of the right, they freely determine their political status and free pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. And also, all peoples may, for their own ends, freely dispose of their natural wealth and resources. That we call the right to self-determination. And for Taiwan, as we have been international isolated for many decades. I mean, not geographically isolated, but international politically isolated for several decades. But we do it by our own way. We try to incorporate these two communities in 2009 by domestic law. So these two communities now have domestic legal status in Taiwan. So we can just follow the self-determination by our own ways. And I will shortly focus on the characters of these two communities. The first one is that I do believe that there is no UN supervision is needed for self-determination of people. And the second that when the article say that all people, that means really all people, not only colony or non-self-government territory. That means all people, not all, even people within one sovereign state can exercise their right to self-determination. And the third one is that I should emphasize that I do believe that constitutional frame should not prevent that the people have the right to self-determination. Yeah, I'll focus on so far within, I guess, 5 minutes. I will maybe can have a second one. Thank you.
Muchas gracias for you. Y ahora le vamos a dar.
Thank you very much for Fu. Now we're going to pass the floor over to you, Ogli.
Yeah, it is great honor and a long journey to go into direct democracy. So I was on the boat with the river, Brunos and Joe River. So unfortunately, until now, we have no referendum in Korea, and we have just started. Many millions of signature gathering has increased, but it is still political pressure, not any legal binding. So I have tried to representative democracy and direct democracy go together in certain way, but still our democratization is mostly based on social movement. So you can see the social movement from 1895 to until recent one. So most of our democratization are externally given, and our interpretation of democracy is resistance usually. So nowadays we have tried to from resistance to construction and reconstruction, and also direct democracy. I think it is one of the fruitful and alternative tool to go into that journey from resistance to some kind of construction. So you can see the whole, so social movement paid the life cost for us during my 70s, 80s. So finally we got some 87. Maybe you have started 79 or something. So for us, democratization is some scholars defined it as a new democracy. So our understanding on democracy in the institutional level is mostly starting from 90s. So, but I wondering why 87, because we have struggled a lot. Why only 87 we are allowed a certain institutional basis of democracy? I think it is related with some kind of global conjuncture. So Eastern Europe and also some kind of many of Asian countries some kind of shared that fruit together. So in certain sense, I think democratization process is clearly related with some kind of a global framework. So, but after 90s, it is the recent one. Maybe this the last December 12th, most people coming out to say no our some kind of presidential rule. So still understand. So for us, it's a direct democracy is coming out to the street. So it is still, so representative democracy and the direct democracy is in a certain way contradictory. So always we are, because the political leaders, we have no clear political party ideological basis. So most for us is democratization is we are always say no for the appointed political leader. So not elected, I thought it is the kind of appointed political leader. So we want to make them be accountable and be more, in real sense, elected. So we use the all kind of participation strategy, like as the professor already explained, many of democracy whether I can call it innovators or activists or initiators, they use every convention, and also they try to do their best to use some kind of local leaders who can be friendly with us. So Mayor Park is one of a human rights lawyer, and we were working together as a political activist. So now he was elected, and he carried some of our direct democracy agenda, including participatory budgeting and many of some kind of citizen mayorship and many of things, innovative idea you have heard this morning. That was shared value, shared ideas and program for us to develop during our democratization process. So our strategy, sometimes we supported a certain leader who shared value with us, and then if once they are elected, we put most of our agenda into his shoulders, and then he can carry it, and then we became supporters of his policy implementation in certain way. So it is a kind of, so there is some of the democracy friendly leader and citizen innovator or supporter and the people, so ordinary people. So there are three layers we are usually think, but so I just cited the women's cases. There are other minority cases, handicapped people, is the way of organization. So we have used our opportunity in 90s, which were allowed to us, and the most promising result from those kind of democratization process, we got a certain associations. So there are so many grassroots women's organizations who were organized, and they practiced direct democracy on their own grassroots level without a legal binding. So during the process, so I thought popular movement and externally imposed globalization try to combine into direct democracy institutionalization. So I am talking more about the Asian democracy. They are usually, we are contradicting ideas, tradition versus modern idea of human right. And then most of the ideas are deformed in certain ways. So democracy was not clearly translated sometimes, and modernization was interpreted as westernized and many things. So, and most of the social changes has come from externally given. So we are already, with the feudal framework is still here, and we are under the Cold War framework, Taiwan and China and Korea, North and South, and also we are challenged by neoliberalism. So market and consumerism sometimes overrides the citizenship. So sometimes the policy consumer, ordinary citizens, when I think about the participation, whether they became a policy consumer or whether they're policy designer. So there are many challenges, but for the universal criteria of human right, it should be applied into the model of direct democracy, especially on the overseas developmental assistance project, it is based on the general idea of democracy. Without that, it is not be applicable in a certain way. So we have seen the globalization in a more economical level, but it was not extended into democracy and the human rights level. So I think it is our job to fill the gap between the globalization of economy and the globalization of human rights. So recently I did a research on the activists who have attended this kind of a global forum, and all over the Asia. So they have agreed democracy is universal. And then since they thought democracy should be assisted mutually. And then one of the most needed program for them to go forward is civic education and the NGO to NGO solidarity building, because most of Asian government rather appointed than elected. So that was the statistics you can. So just you can see. Okay. It was dear, my God. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Ahora le vamos a dar paso.
Thank you. Now we will be passing over to Fabian Redinger.
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to present another point of view on that issue, more from someone who is practicing or who's promoting more participation in the state of Baden-Württemberg. As you might know, Germany has different layers. Is a federal state. We have the federal level, and we have different states. And in 2011, in Baden-Württemberg, in the south, in the states in the southwest of Germany, there was a huge conflict about basically a local rail station in our capital. And due to that local conflict and due to the events in Fukushima, in an election in 2011, the government changed, and in the first time in history, a green prime minister got elected, and he set up a person that should promote participation in administration and in politics. And this person she's called a state councillor. Her name is Gisela Eller, and I'm working in her staff. I'm a staff member, and my fields are in direct democracy and online participation. When we started, we really, in really a short time, we figured out there was one major problem when we talked about participation, and you heard it in some of the presentations today. The problem is that people sometimes don't realize what's the difference between participation and direct democracy. So they talk about they want to participate, and what they mean is direct democracy. They want to decide. On the other hand, they think that if politicians don't do what they want, then participation failed. And we are facing that problem from this very start of our work. And we had a study that we initiated and that was conducted from several universities. And one of the findings was that a lot of the most people in Germany think of participation and democracy by saying, okay, I want to vote, I want to elect a representative, I want to be heard when there's something going on. If they decide something, I want to have a voice in that procedure. And when I doubt, I want to decide in a referendum. And like almost 80-90% of the people in Germany have this kind of mindset. But this mindset doesn't give you a hint on how to do politics, because when do you have to ask the people and just hear what they're saying, and when should they start voting in referendums? This is a hard question, and we try to figure out, and we are not done yet so far, but we're trying to set that in place. And what we have found out was that the democracy, at least in Germany, is a versatile structure. There are forms where representation is needed, and it has to be combined with deliberation, with participatory processes, and sometimes direct democracy intervenes. And if people are unhappy with decisions, whether or not there was participation in a broader sense or not, then they should have the right to intervene, to say, no, we don't want that, let's make a referendum. And a lot of people in local communities, local politicians, but also members of parliament in Baden-Württemberg think the best form of participation is me, the elected member of parliament. And this is also a wrong notion, and that's not about participation. But there is one example, and I want to conclude with my statement with that example. We had to build a prison in Baden-Württemberg in a specific regions, because there are a lot of small prisons, and they are not very good for the people that are inside the prison, and they are too small and too expensive. So we need a bigger one. So where to build a prison? And this is a question we heard earlier today. What's the level and where to decide where to build a prison? Is it the local community that has to decide, or is it the government, the state government, who has to decide where the prison is being built? And we had one priority where we wanted to build the prison. And it was very clear that people had the last say in the community. So there was a referendum announced by the local town, by the local politicians. They said, when the state government comes to our place and wants to build a prison there, we make a referendum. We knew that, and we were like, okay, we accept this vote. We will tell you all you want to know. We did a lot of participatory processes and we gave the initiative a voice that was against the prison. We gave a voice to the initiative that was in favor of it. And in the end, the people could decide. In the end, they decided against the prison. So we said, okay, we accept the vote, and we went on to the next town, where we had a place where we could build. To make the long story short, we used participatory processes to promote the idea, not to promote the idea, but to show a way how we can deal with each other in a respectful manner when we have a referendum about an emotional issue, about a local prison. And in the end, in the second community, we won the referendum, and that shows that a huge innovation would be if politicians and administration had the attitude to go to the people and to talk to them and to implement them into the decision-making process, and to give them a voice and show them a way how we could deal with the problem.
Muchas gracias, Fabián. Y ahora...
Thank you very much, Fabian. And now we will pass over to Fernando. Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you once again for inviting me to be here. I was just going to sum up, really, not so much what we're doing, but the framework, the conceptual framework in which we're moving. I've just got given 5 minutes, but it seems that everyone has 10 minutes now. So to paraphrase Victor Hara, it seems that the life is made up of little moments of 5 minutes, but it seems we've got 2 little moments of 5 minutes here to make 10 minutes. Now, in the previous interventions, what we've seen and what we've heard is the idea that direct democracy It's not something which travels around alone. It doesn't. When we're talking about the democratic system, we should talk about a single system that has three foundations or three legs. It's like a tripod. And one of these, the legs of the tripod, is direct democracy. Because in the end, people, citizens, sovereign citizens, this isn't just mere rhetoric. Most democratic constitutions say that power is in the hands of the people. They delegate their power to their elected officials through representative democracy. But this delegation of power doesn't mean that they're leaving the power to them. It doesn't mean that we're abandoning the power of the people. It just means that they are delegating, they're lending the power, so to speak, to politicians for a time. Now, in Spain, we've seen many institutions and local council that have been governed by people who have clearly stated or been clearly shown to be corrupt and making a corrupt use of this delegated power, but the use of this delegated power should have channels so that it can be controlled. These channels are access to information, transparency, this delegated power. We need to control it. We need to monitor how people use this delegated power. The people who are there have to show, they have to get all the skeletons out of their closet. They have to show themselves. It's like having an X-ray of you. When I show you but obviously what happens is that if you tell people about what you've done wrong, then it's used against you. And in political life, there's more debate about errors that have been recognized than about things that you've done right. Because the important thing, it seems, in Spanish politics at least, is to knock down your opponent rather than to engage in a really serious political debate about different issues. But access to information and transparency are two key elements, I think, in all of this. And accountability. It's quite accountability is much better term. You have to say it. It takes a really long time to say it in Spanish. But the person who is governing doesn't do it alone, doesn't do it in isolation. They have to be accountable regularly. They have to explain to people what it is that they're doing, because whatever they do, they have to say what they're doing, why they've done it, and why they haven't done what they could have done. Because there might have been decisions or actions that appeared in the political program or the election program, and then for different reasons they can't be done. You can't actually be put into practice. Those reasons have to be explained to citizens so that people can understand what's happening and why government is acting as it does. But this representative side of things is very important, and representative democracy is perhaps the best known, and often it seems to be the only one. Our friend from Baden-Württemberg says that there's often a confusion between direct democracy and participation. It's like seeing people say, why are you talking about love if what you want is sex? Well, it's exactly the same thing here. Why are you talking about participation if what you want to do is decide? But every time you participate, you're not going to get what you want. And that we need to understand that. If we asked any question to all the people here, we wouldn't get a single answer. I mean, that might be something. Does everybody want world peace? Well, we probably all say yes. But if we actually have to decide how we're going to establish world peace, and should we boycott certain countries who are fostering the arms race, for example, then we wouldn't be in agreement because there'd be different interests. So democracy is a political system which permits this conflict of interests and differences of opinion. It means that it doesn't become a permanent conflict. It actually enables them to be resolved. So this representative dimension is very, very important, but it's not the only one. And the direct democracy is not the only one either. This is another leg of the tripod. So instead of having our elected representatives decide for us, the people who have the power at the end of the day need to decide certain things. Now, this political culture, which luckily in Switzerland has been there since the 19th century, and we're all very jealous of that, it can't be extrapolated, or it can't be applied universally, because the political culture which underlies that system, underpins that system, is not a political culture that is present throughout the planet. But we shouldn't negate this possibility. We shouldn't be scared to actually let people decide sometimes, even though sometimes the people are going to decide things that you don't like, that you don't want. If we look at the North American elections, which I don't know if you actually heard, but there was elections in the USA just a little bit time ago. You might not have heard about it. It really wasn't on the news very much at all. There was a phrase that someone said it was from Gandhi, but it wasn't actually Gandhi. He says that a country that chooses an idiot for its representative, its maximum representative, gets the representative it deserves. It wasn't Gandhi that said that. It was a Brazilian who said that in the end. And you talked about Martin Buller just a little while ago. Just asking for a moment to get his breath back.
Un gran amigo.
Martin was a wonderful friend.
Momento. Martin era un gran amigo.
So Martin was a wonderful friend. He was a very close friend, and we learnt a lot from him. And I remember a conversation I had with him in which I said to him, look, in Switzerland, you're very conservative. And he said, no, it's not. It's not. Direct democracy isn't conservative. It's society that is conservative. And what direct democracy does is make evident and palpable the conservative nature of our society. So when we're talking about participation mechanisms and access channels for participation, we have to understand that citizens aren't always going to decide what we want them to decide. Sometimes they're going to make decisions that are unfair, that are wrong, that we don't like, but this happens in our family, in our friendship groups as well. The only difference is that in politics, when we make decisions that aren't fair, the effect that they have on justice is much greater than when we take decisions, or we make decisions in a group of friends, or even in a political party. So it's very clear, it's very important to actually make the rules of the game very, very clear when we're using tools such as direct democracy. And then in the middle, there's another dimension, which is neither one nor the other. It's not representative and it's not direct. It's that dimension which has to do with the public debate, political debate, the need to make sure that the public debate isn't just done by people who appear on the television, or just, casual conversations while you're waiting to cross the road. Everybody needs to, if you have a football match, for example, and when the referee made a mistake, it's very easy to blame the referee, but we all need to be participating in this. And I think we should articulate mechanisms for debate and dialogue where all different opinions have a voice, so that we can have a greater contribution from society to politicians to inform their political decisions. But these channels for debate, these organs, these mechanisms that we establish, it's very difficult to actually mean that they can actually be decisive, or they can actually decide, because different people will be collaborating and participating. But it's important for them to have a way of expressing themselves, and we need to take those opinions into account when we're making the decisions. But we can't make these processes binding, because we're going to include all sorts of different people, but it's not going to be all society. It won't be everybody. So I don't know if we'll have time to say a little bit more later on, but I'd like to finish now by saying that the democratic system, any democratic system that doesn't contemplate an advance and a progress of all three dimensions, will be an incomplete democratic system. And there's a lot of work that we have to do from inside the governments, from inside the institutions, with this delegated power that we have. The most important thing is that we want to have citizens being active subjects here, active people, active players in all of this. The social stakeholders, organizations, social movements really have a very, very important capital there to make things. Democracy is only democracy if it's exercised. It's not democracy just because the word democracy appears in the Constitution. Rights are a channel to achieve democracy. So we have to activate citizens. And this is a very, very important point in order to make sure that democracy is real and is exercised.
Muchas gracias, Fernando.
Thank you very much, Fernando. I will now pass the floor over to Coldo Santiago. We're not doing very well for time, so we'll just have to see if we have to finish a bit later, or we can maybe cut the rest of the session short. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organisers for inviting me to participate today. Thank you to Dunique, who very kindly contacted me, and Amaya Aguirre-Olea. Thank you very much, because she is the person who is the head of the Citizen Engagement Department in the local council here in San Sebastian. And in fact, I think she was the one who gave my name to the organiser so that I could be invited. Now, I am a lecturer in law as well, but I'm not going to talk from that perspective, because I don't really think that's as important as something else. They say it is. They call it democracy, but it isn't really. This is something that people say as if there were hundreds of people all out in the squares and millions of people who in silence sympathised with everything that was happening at the time. What is it that we reject? And what is it that we demand instead of what we reject? What is behind this? This isn't democracy. What underlies it? What sort of democracy are we talking about? What democracy do we need? And why do we need it? As opposed to this democracy that doesn't represent us. What democracy did we dream of when we gave this shout? What democracy were we thinking about? We want a democracy that represents us, as opposed to a democracy that censors us for not participating. Why do we want democracy? Why do we want direct democracy? What's the point of having and opposing direct democracy and representative democracy, looking at its potential rather than its perversions? Why do we feel so disappointed in representative democracy? Why does it disappoint us? And how can we correct? And how can direct democracy correct that? So what are we talking about at the end of the day when we're talking about democracy? In my opinion, it doesn't really matter what direct democracy is today, how it materializes, how it's channeled, and what participation is through direct democracy. The important thing for me is that why are we defending it? Why are we dreaming about it? What's the purpose? What are we talking about when we're actually talking about it? What are we actually talking about? And what aim, what changes do we want to make through it? Umberto Maturana often says that we shouldn't talk, we shouldn't question or ask questions about humans, its value, its subtleness, about what we want to obtain. And there's no point doing that unless we ask ourselves beforehand why we want all these things that we're asking for. Direct democracy, what for? This is the current paradigm of the political world, social world, citizens, freedom, and the awareness of being that we want to transform through direct democracy. Or is it rather just an instrument, just a method, a form which will govern access to power? Is that what we're trying to change here? I'm afraid, I fear that a lot of the times, many people, when they talk about direct democracy, they are only thinking of power, or they're only thinking, or mainly thinking of power. And what they talk about citizen empowerment is really, at the end of the day, an attempt to change the power structures, an attempt to channel all of this through to a shift of power from one person to another, or from one group to another. A shift between opposing groups. Now, I profoundly respect all of this, and not just because I have been involved in this for many, many years, but I recognize as well that this is an approach that really doesn't interest me. This paradigm doesn't transform anything. It just changes the stakeholders. It just changes the people who are in power. It doesn't really change anything at a deep level. We have these noble and these justifications that we're hearing. We need to interact with citizens. They need to be involved in the decision-making process, that we need to empower people. We need to foster the feeling of belonging, and all of these things. Despite all of this, there's not a true will to develop it from an awareness of the civic virtues of all of this, because in the paradigm of power, there's no awareness that matters. Awareness doesn't matter. Only victory matters. There's no love. There is just fear. There is fear of being replaced by somebody. There's no transformation of beings, of human beings. There's just ambition. Well, let's look at what's happening in electoral processes with Brexit, the referendum in Colombia, Trump's victory, the rise to power of xenophobic parties in Europe, or the re-election of corrupt political parties, which is what happens here in Spain. So how can direct democracy be useful to struggle against that? But we have to be aware that we can use it to transform our being, to change it paradoxically to a channel, or is it otherwise things will just carry on as before? We need to avoid this direct democracy used to maintain the status quo. We're not that interested. We're not interested enough at what underlies all of these things, what underlies or what prompts people to exercise democracy. We rather talk about abstract legal issues, legal regulations, and we do that rather than examining and making a real commitment to modify the structures that have brought us to this pass in the first place. We need to look at people's psyche, and I'd really like to, this is what I want to like. We have to talk about the democratic psyche. Why do certain unconscious behaviors occur? These repressed behaviors. Everything that happens from the shadows. Why do citizens feel negated and ignored? Why do they react increasingly from the most primitive parts of their mind? As Young would say, is it freedom of decision which prompts us, moves us, or are we moved by the shadows, by the need to have what's inside us, repressed inside us? This needs to come out. It needs to come out through different subjects, which are maybe at the beginning seem to be fairly terrible and repugnant, but in fact represent us at the end of the day because they reflect this dark, secret side of ourselves that we don't want to show anyone. So I ask myself the following question. What is there of Donald Trump in me? Is it a corrupt society that elects corrupt politicians? Is there a part of the Colombian society that wants to see people in prison, that wants to punish wrongdoers? What's coming up? What's flourishing inside ourselves? Are we going to use direct democracy to change this, or do we feel that we're outside the debate? Perhaps we can talk about things as being strange, but in fact, maybe it's a reflection of what's inside ourselves. So when these consequences, these psychic areas, are in fact becoming more and more manifest in our society, and I'm asking this, and I'm not judging anyone, and I don't want to be right. I'm not trying to be right. This is not what I'm interested in. But I think that before we start talking about rules, regulations, substituting some models for others, before we do all this, we have to look at the democratic psyche of what's happening in the world today. More than a problem of more democracy or more direct democracy, we're facing a problem of needing to raise awareness. We need to foster a conscious being as opposed to the being that's in the shadow, what we repress. The new model, in my opinion, needs to make sure that all of this comes out. We need to get all of this out, all the things that are repressed, not to deny it, but to embrace it, to accept it, and thereby transform it. And in fact, I would say that in order for direct democracy to have a regenerative power, rather than what it needs to do is to foster the free development of people's personalities with no fear, freedom of being, the possibility that people can manifest themselves from their own humanity, their limitations, from love rather than fear, not exception and confrontation with others, but rather from the point of view of looking at others as a part of ourselves. Only if we do that will we be true citizens and we'll have a true citizenship. Otherwise, citizens will continue to feel repressed, will feel ignored, and they will not act upon their civic impulses. If I wasn't right, if what citizens are really interested in is power, if this was true, then how can we explain the failure of some of these direct democracy processes? And I can talk about many examples here. We can talk about the remodeling of the Plaza de España, the España Square in Madrid, for example, or the public consultation to change the name of El Valletta neighborhood, which wasn't even binding and yet failed spectacularly. This is my personal opinion. People don't want to replace the powerful, the people who are in power. This isn't their major impulse. People are sick and tired, but not of not having power, but of not being able to be themselves. And just to finish, I believe in direct democracy. But in order for it to become an instrument that will help change the paradigm from power to being, from ambition to love, from negation to acceptance of other people as an expression of our own selves from an evolutionary point of view, unless we change the paradigm, If direct democracy is an end unto itself, if all it wants to do is to take ground away from representative democracy without changing the collective psyche, then it will not be relevant. It won't change anything. What's happening, and I insist on this, is not, therefore, a power game. And I would just like to finish by saying that democracy today, and in some of its alternative approaches at least, is nothing more, as I said before, it's nothing more than an instrument for a fight for power. Where there's power, there's no love. Because power doesn't understand others as part of ourselves. Where there is power, only victory is important. If there is ambition, there is no awareness. There's just fear. There's no transformation. There's only fear. Fear that other people will come and vanquish us and replace us. And we need to liberate ourselves. We have to transform ourselves. And direct democracy needs all that in order to bring about a change of paradigm. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Caldo. I think that, well, the problem is that we have run out of time and now I have to be a dictator because we don't have time even for questions. Bruno, I don't know if you have something to say now, something to explain, but they will be here, I'm sorry. But, we have no time, but you will have a chance to speak to any of the speakers today, tomorrow. Many interesting concepts out there. Psycho-democracy, we have been talking about that. The importance of culture, democracy as an element of the personality each of us have, the need, the necessity of transparency, accountability, the difficulties we have in society because we have so many contradictions. It is true that very often we talk about innovative things, but which generate a lot of resistance. So, Bruno, please, whenever you want.
It was really a very powerful message we got from this panel. And before we have to address a very other behavior we have, namely food and drink and break, I would like just to introduce the afternoon workshops. And I would like to ask Olatz, Fabio and Daniel are coming up here. So you see the workshop leaders of the afternoon. I myself will lead the workshop, which is from Tunis to Donostia. As you know, last year we had the Global Forum in Tunisia, and a lot of things has happened since there. So you are most welcome to come to this workshop with me and other friends from Tunisia beyond the Arab Spring. And Daniel, you may say something about your workshop.
Yes, the storytelling workshop was already in Tunisia very powerful because nothing is more concrete than concrete stories. And out of this we can of course then deliberate on how to build a good society, to have good direct democracy, how to change ourselves.
Yes, Olat?
Bueno, nosotros...
Well, in our workshop, we will have two representatives from two different city halls. And we will have somebody who has participated in the drafting of our Citizen Participation Act. So they will be sharing with us their experience.
Our workshop will be on direct democracy and in the role that it played, especially in the rise of new parties and political movements. So we will discuss about the different experience we have this moment in Europe and also outside Europe, trying to sharing the information and all the best practices that we could observe for the work of these new party and movements that are spreading and that are putting direct democracy as one pillar of their political approach and program. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will participate, and we will wait you for with great pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, these 4 workshops will be with translation, and we will have additionally a roundtable on the European challenges for more democracy, facilitated by Roman Huber. Where is he? Roman? Yeah, can you just stand up so everybody sees you? This is Roman. And also I have to announce, you will see downstairs our friend from Alaska, Arenza. He's telling you everything about petitioning around the world. So thank you very much. This was a very intense morning, and Joe wants to say something.
I just wanted to make sure the timing is clear to people. So we are now breaking for lunch. I believe we return, if I'm not mistaken, we want to be back before 4 so we can start the workshops at 4, and we will go then to 5:30. So 16 hours to 17:30.
Yes. Okay.
And then we will go from then we have the nighttime in City Hall at 7 o'clock. I believe that's correct. 4. They start at 4 from 16 to 17:30. No.
Yeah.
No. Yes. Yes, that's right.
4 o'clock. Yeah.